Yes.
Let's do some rolls.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I'll do a rundown because everyone's ready and Soul's ready. So last time you guys trained, did some stuff. You got Charlie. There he is. There's Charlie. There's Charlie. Um, you learned the backstory of Malice, Echo, William, and Alexi. You then you went to Ioun, sorry, and did all that. You then went to Helm and did a bunch of things there. For Tycan, in your little magic item folder,
Ooh.
I put in. I think I put in. That's the wrong folder. I put in Tycan's boon from Helm as a handout there, in case I forget and you forget. And Charlie has his amulet of Helm. You then, after these 3 days of doing stuff, you gathered your things, prepare to Waterdeep, prepare to go to Waterdeep, and assembled in a teleportation circle, ready to teleport to Waterdeep. That's where we are. You're leaving Archie Sanctuary. So, my Google Docs is finally open. Yay. So for Thanraya, please.
Yes.
You have spent 3 days training for the resilient dexterity.
Yes.
Cool. I'll get you to please make me a dexterity saving throw, please. Okay,
Going up strong.
that is 1. Day number 2, make another save. Ayo.
Better.
And day number 3.
Better.
That is 3 successes. That is 3 out of 3. So after these days of hardcore training in Archie's illusory training rooms, you finally crack it and figure it out, and you now have the resilient dexterity feat.
Riz.
Which is
Dex.
I think that's proficiency in dexterity
It's
saving throws.
it's +1 dex and proficiency in dex saves.
So you might want to update Soul with your stat.
I have 13 dex now.
Hmm.
That is all.
Okay.
Yep.
I still need to move things around for the text. So.
Cool. And also, because I did forget last session, I had a note for it and I completely forgot. Archie's sanctuary has records on most of you. You now know how old each of you are.
Oh.
Like, actually. Archie learned that he is. Does Archie share it?
A boomer.
Does Archie actually share his age?
Not yet.
Okay. Archie has learned how old he is. Put it in your character sheet though. Thanks.
I have.
Cool. Tyken, you are informed of how old you are. 38.
15. They grow up so fast.
Tyken
You
was
know,
38.
that checks out.
Because he had a kid and stuff and was settled down and doing stuff. So
He went through like an entire campaign before this one started on in his lifetime.
yeah. So put that in your sheet. Then Raya was 32.
God damn.
I say was because that's how old your character was when they died initially.
I mean, that's fine. Look good for 32.
And finally, Scarlet, baby of the group, 21.
Oh, tiny and baby.
Well, Scarlet was the youngest of the family. So
Yeah.
We should get a pram for her.
Oh, what?
Rockabye Scarlet
Shut
on the treetop.
Shut.
But with that said, that makes Scarlet's achievements way more impressive as well.
I do.
Yo, I didn't mean to move it.
But yeah. So with that, you've all gathered. You've all done your training. It is time to embark towards Waterdeep. All in a teleportation room in the sanctuary. Where do you go in Waterdeep?
I believe that would be up to Mr. Teleporter himself.
Yes. You can go to establish circle or just gate somewhere if you want, Archie.
Huh? So
You're all
what?
gathered. You're all gathered in the teleportation room. You can go to an established teleportation circle or just gate somewhere.
Mm. We're going to Waterdeep, correct?
That's what you said.
Let's just gate to like Scarlet's place.
Cool. Easy enough to do. You activate it, and suddenly the portal lights up around you, and you feel yourself grabbed and pulled through the portal, and then shoved, and suddenly you are in the training yard in Scarlet's estate in Waterdeep. Moving you to the Waterdeep map. Boop. Moving Ed. Facing upstairs.
No.
They're there. They're there. Tasha. As you all appear, you are suddenly in Scarlet's training yard.
Feels good to be back.
Ah,
It
the
does.
ground feels good.
We are here.
It is a nice, clear-ish day. It looks to be about approaching midday as you arrive. You can see some servants moving about the house doing things, cleaning and whatnot. It's the wrong ambience too.
Ain't gonna lie, that squeaky gate startled me
Yeah.
slightly because I'm like, where the fuck did that come from?
I'll put that one on instead. That's fine. Oop, no, not that one. That one. Cool. Sorry. The audio thing was described as Waterdeep, but it turned out to be Waterdeep slums, which is not where you are.
I don't know. This place is pretty stinky.
But yeah, you arrive in Scarlet's training yard, in Scarlet's estate.
Well, we better go report back to the council first, I guess.
Oh, and Charlie looks about and says, "Oh, this place is very quaint."
Very. Well, we have some work to do.
Indeed. Charlie begins to walk.
Anything that you even want to do, everybody? Other than reporting, that is.
I will think about that.
You should probably show Charlie the cathedral.
Oh, I'll definitely take him there, but after we report,
Yeah.
that's way.
Oh, let's head to the keep.
You make your way towards the keep, the Waterdeep Palace. Exiting the estate, you immediately exit to see, as Waterdeep is as you remember it. There's people sitting on, like, literally living in the streets. It stinks. It's awful. There's poverty everywhere. It's cramped. Charlie looks at them and looks about and says, "Is this normal?" As you're walking through the streets, to be so crowded.
Not from when I'm from.
I see. Charlie looks at the rest of you. Is this normal here?
Normal for now.
I see.
There's a lot of people without places to live because of how much control the Tiamat and the other chromatic dragons have over the realm. So this place is overpopulated at the moment. We are trying to fix that.
Charlie says, I see. May I help them? And gestures at a handful of people that are just sort of huddled in an alley.
Hmm.
Yes, of course you may.
Charlie approaches and at this group of people who are homeless and says, I come to offer assistance. Puts his hands together and pulls them apart, and as he does, there's a spark of arcane energy, and suddenly there's 45 pounds of food and drink sitting in front of them.
Oh.
The Pete create food and water. The people immediately look at Charlie like they're expecting something, like he's expecting something. And Charlie says, please enjoy the food. And he starts to walk away, and the people begin to chow down. You can hear a bit of a brawl begin to start, but it sort of settles down because that's 45 pounds of food is a lot of food, so it's fine.
Man, if I could learn one D&D spell in real
Yeah.
life,
Yeah.
that would be it.
Create food and water.
Yeah.
Mine would be wish.
And maybe die.
I call worth.
Man, I'm unlucky. I ain't taking that gamble.
As people chow down behind, a bit of a brawl starts, but that sort of settles down after a few moments, and they just devour the food and drink. You continue to make your way down the street to the end, hang a right, and go past Agaron's tower. You see a bunch of guards who are milling about doing things, patrolling. Get to the gate. Does Kallias come in as well, or do you want Kallias to stay outside?
Kalai can come in.
She steps inside the palace. You are, for the sake of brevity, escorted through to a meeting room by a couple of guards, and within a few moments you are in the meeting room. As you all step in, you see a handful of the council are there. You see Lady Silverhand, whose job it is to preside over all meetings here. You see Teon Hornblade, he's there. You see King Melindrak is there.
The douche.
And you see a figure who hasn't been there for a while, Melis Silvari. There's two elves, there's King Melindrak and Melis, and there's a human, Teon, and there's Lady Silverhand. And as you all step in, Lady Silverhand says, "Ah, you've returned. I trust your journey was successful." At which point, King Melindrak speaks up and says, "And what are they doing here?" He says that in Elvish, if anyone understands Elvish.
I do.
What do you,
I think
do
I
you
do as
interrupt?
well.
Your mum's a nug humper.
What do you mean they?
If my memory serves, he says, if my memory serves, you were expelled from the council.
We were. Doesn't mean we can't report to the council our findings about the current conflicts.
What findings may they be?
He wouldn't notice that my attire has completely changed, by the way.
Yep, and he doesn't seem to care. Taeyeon has just sort of put his crossed his arms and he's sort of leaning against a back wall.
I cross my arms and adjust my glasses and look at King Melandrake. You're welcome to leave if you don't want to hear it. For all intensive purposes, you've never really wanted to hear my words anyway.
I wouldn't dare turn my back on you. You're liable to stab it.
Oh, I don't use daggers. I tend to talk to and murder people with my words. Like a real man.
He tends to blow up cities. And then, as I sit down,
You sit down. Melise, by the way, is just sitting there quietly, with a grin on her face as she watches King Melandrake trying to flaunt his.
Anyway, elven obscenities aside, we've come to report the findings as well as stuff that I found in some of my old study areas. As well as some
Sylvan
other things, of course.
Lady Sylvan says, study areas.
I found my old outfit. Isn't it great? I have my glasses back.
Yes, I see. And they were always going to detect magic, right?
Always detect magic and I can activate them to get
True sight.
true seeing or see invisibility or something.
it's true sight.
True
Yeah,
sight.
I'll look it up because that actually is relevant here.
Yeah. Because I was thinking about activating the true sight
yeah,
or the magic detect magic
yes,
anyway.
Yeah, so you're always under the effects of see invisibility and detect magic
Yeah.
while wearing them. And it's activate once a day for true sight. So
For like an
as
hour,
you,
isn't it? Or something? Or 8 hours?
it's an hour I think for true sight.
Yeah.
True seeing. True seeing is 1 hour. So as you take in the council,
Mhm.
Lady Silverhand is glowing with abjuration magic,
Mhm.
like all over, like just abjuration everywhere.
Yeah.
Taeyeon isn't glowing with magic all over, but his robes are glowing. He has what you recognize to be a transmuter stone around his neck,
Yep.
which is glowing with magic. But he's a wizard, so you sort of have an inkling.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yep. Melise is she has a longbow on her back. Sorry, a short bow on her back, which is
That'd be
intensely
radiating with
magical.
magic. Yeah.
Intensely magical. You would have been informed she's one of the leader of the Emerald Enclave, an enclave of Wood Elven Rangers.
Can I take a guess at King Melandrake?
Yeah, so guess what do you think?
I'm guessing that he's like his sword and possibly his like outfit and crown are magical.
The sword is magical,
Yeah.
although it's a fairly minor enchantment as far as things go.
Oh. Okay.
The robes are somewhat magical.
Yeah.
The crown's illusory.
Oh my god.
You get a sense it's not real. It's purely for
Aesthetic.
It's a facade. It's aesthetic. There is also, you notice, magic in the room itself. Abjuration magic, what you ascertain, Archie, it's suppressing the means to scry.
Very
the
good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you see that. Lady Silverhand says, "Yes, I do recall that outfit from before."
Yeah, it's great. I feel almost whole again. You'd probably also remember this. I placed my book on the table. My book. Archie's
Hey.
book.
Taeyeon, who's been at the back of the room, sort of steps forward at that point and says, I do remember that suit.
Yeah.
There's... And I remember that book too. You may not remember from before, but you did agree to one day share some of those spells with me. Does the offer still stand?
The offer does still stand if you're willing to learn. I'm always willing to teach within reason.
Of course.
I'm willing to teach literally anyone if the way of the magical arts, if they do it correctly.
King Malandrak then speaks up and says, "There's nothing you can teach me."
I can teach you how to fix that crown on your head. The illusionary magic is a bit finicky.
He narrows his eyes and says, "I am done being insulted by those that are beneath me."
The
Come,
only
Elise.
thing beneath
He's-
you
He-
is your
and-
ego.
He says, he ignores that and says, "Come, Melise. There's business to attend to." Melise says, "No, I think I'll stay here, King." And when she says king, there is absolutely mocking him. King Melandrak steps towards the door and leaves. And you can hear him swearing under his breath as the door closes.
Man, he really needs to learn to take a joke.
Melise
Now that
smiles at that and says, "It's okay. I'll pass on whatever needs to be passed on to the elves."
Thank you. Now that the
Ladies
air
and
of regal
Yeah,
elegance has exuded from the room, I'll let people know what I found. So, I got prior knowledge about what is happening with the forces of Tiamat to the east, with William Dark and their cohorts, as well as valuable information about why and how they've been joined to the cause, let's say. Obviously, you probably know about William Dark. William Dark got expunged when Tiamat started to rise because of his ties to Tiamat. And not just himself, but his wife and family. Tiamat is using that to give him hope to get his family back, which is very valid, to advance on Waterdeep. That being said, William didn't want to do that alone, so he wanted some allies. I open my book and magically I pull out 3 pages.
Yep.
One of Alexi, one of Echo, and one of Malice. And I place them on the table.
Okay. The three of them look over the pages and seem to nod in understanding as they all read.
I'm sure some of you here already know Alexi and his situation. That being said, I've been given and found more information on Alexi's situation and why he would join William.
I presume the pages you showed have what you learned of their backstories?
Yeah,
Yes.
correct.
Cool. Lady Sylvan says, This is information contrary to what we had about him."
Indeed.
Melissan speaks up and says, "There's information on Echo. William has promised to kill the entire Unseelie court."
Which is a problem. But It gives us time.
Melise, who you'd know is a younger elf,
Mhm.
only probably been on the council for the last century or so,
Yeah.
looks at Lady Silverhand and says, as Melise looks at Lady Silverhand and says, "That's so to claim that one can kill an entire unseelie court of Archfey. Is that possible?" And Lady Silverhand looks at Melise sternly and says, "Yes, yes, he could."
William Dark, when having a goal, does the goal, to put it bluntly. His goal is to get his family back. He will do anything to get that done, from what it seems. He would wipe out this whole nation to get someone on his side. But that being said, a lot of these things will take a multitude of time, correct? So we do have time on our side before they do start marching towards Waterdeep. That being said, a lot of their circumstances are directed at Waterdeep for an invalid reason other than possibly Alexei. With what happened with Tasha in the past, his direct correlation is obviously with the council of the past as well as Tasha. That being said, he is also under Tiamat's thumb because, with what I've learnt, is William's family as well as Alexei's family are all in the hands of Tiamat herself. And there's not much that I can do about that. Because my original plan was to, well, bring them back and try to sway them into not pursuing these horrible gains.
Lady Silverhand nods and then speaks up and says, "Well, William's family to be brought back is not something that we will be able to achieve. The Dark family was taken out before you were.
Yes,
So that's
but
not something in our power. But Lady Silverhand points at the page with Alexei. That order came down only about 60 years ago.
the problem is,
That's in the wrong possibility. If, as you say, the souls were free.
Tiamat has them.
Hmm.
Which I don't know how she did it, but that would probably piss up a couple of the other gods.
And so, says Lady Silverhand. I can reach out to some of the other council and figure out what, if anything, we can do about that.
That being said, we have reached the crux of the problem. Of a problem, per se. Two of these characters could very easily be in here right now. Not in the council, but in Waterdeep. As well as William going into the Fey realms and dealing with this court. These two could be gathering information as well as being around the city. Which is a problem.
Melise then speaks up and says, "We are fairly confident that They are still out to the east.
I'm fairly confident too, but that doesn't mean they have
Um,
no way to get in here, right?
Agreed. Melise continues to talk and says, I've been leading the scouts to the east. And we can confirm as of 3 days ago, William was, well, I presume it was William, the Black Armor,
Training.
training. So, as of 3 days ago, they are still to the east.
Mhm.
But based on how skilled Alexei was, and the reports about Echo here, a changeling is a serious problem. They could walk right in under our noses.
Mhm.
Lady Sylvan says, we have contingencies put in place to prevent, well, someone of Echo's persuasion getting inside the palace itself.
Yep.
But within the city, that's a different thing entirely.
Mhm.
The issue, says Lady Sylvant, is, well, we can see, we'll be able to find Echo if she sets foot in the palace. You would understand, Archie, true sight.
Mhm.
It's a good way to determine a changeling's true form. The problem is Alexei. True seeing only really helps if you see them.
Yes.
And Lady Sylvan says, that's why I've taken steps. She gestures at an amulet around her neck, which you notice, Archie, is the thing causing the whole body abjuration magic.
Yeah.
I've taken steps. The others have taken the same. But preventative measures only work so well.
Indeed.
Measures will be stepped up once the scouts, gesturing at Melise, report that they are no longer training to the east.
I have a question.
Yes.
That is away from this team and army debacle on the east. What news of Valiant at the moment?
Lady Sylvan says, Valiant has been dispatched
So,
to the east, not far to the east, but to some of the outlying communities to protect against any incursions. The dragons are moving.
mhm.
We've ascertained that his programming is revolving around spying on the council. So out there, he can act as he normally would.
Mhm.
Currently out there, we do stand ready to lift that when the time is right. But we believe that lifting it too early would tip our hand. That
Indeed.
so currently he is still under their control, but we're allowing it to exist for now.
Mhm.
When the time is right, merely say the word, and we will bring him in, restrain him. We may need your help. She suggests that you, Taiken.
I'll be there.
And we do have the means to lift it. For now, he's off helping the people. which is what he wanted anyway. Taeyeon speaks up and says, "If I may, he volunteered for the role to go to the east and protect those communities."
That's probably not good. If it was an order from not himself.
Release speaks up and says, "We have it on authority that he is good authority that he is helping them, repelling small
make me feel
groups
better
of
then.
Tiamat's people." So the orders do seem to be in particular around spying on the council rather than overall helping Tiamat's plans. Although the orders could change, but for now it seems he's helping, like you guys, and not them. That's where we are currently with the Valiant situation.
Where was he stationed? What town?
Get back to the world map for a sec. Where's Waterdeep? There it is. At a small villages in the general vicinity of out here.
Okay.
Basically, so here it's not on the map, but there is actually a road that travels like through here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a variety of small like swamp/forest side towns all the way along here. They are right underneath Nivixal's lair.
I was about to say he's near Nivixal's lair.
But he's sort of right now he's about here-ish.
Yeah.
And there are small, villages and stuff that are there, and they're basically doing like holding the villages, helping the villages move towards Waterdeep, and that sort of idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's about where he is right now. I'll put his token on the map so you know where he is. Because that well, where are we? I didn't make him a token, I think. I'll make him a token. For now, I'll put a marker.
Have any of the villagers from that village came into Waterdeep so far?
Currently, no. They are being held outside in the camps.
Can you
Waterdeep
keep
is too
an
packed
eye
for
on
this.
and track any villagers that come from that village?
There's several hundred of them, so that will be difficult to track all of them closely. But we can keep an eye on the general area.
Mm-hmm. There may be certain villages that aren't exactly just villages.
We are aware, which is why we've tripled the guard at the gates.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, some do manage to sneak in. We keep it to a minimum if we can, but Waterdeep is a large city.
Indeed.
See,
It would just be a shame if, some cultists decide to slip through. Which is, I know, a needle in the haystack type deal, but...
it is. But we're doing what we can with what we have.
Indeed.
It is our hope, says Lady Sylvan, that it is our hope that the longer they're kept outside the walls, the more likely they will be caught.
Yeah.
And there are guards out there that are patrolling and things, but that's sort of that's where we're at currently there.
I know I'm being a little precautious here, but that's just the way I am.
He says, Oh, and I understand that entirely. That's difficult situation. I'm sure you can appreciate that.
Mhm.
Lady Sylvan says, "I do have a question for you,
Yes.
or all of you. I'd like to address the robot in the room."
Oh, that's just new Ed.
New
E.G.
Ed.
Charlie.
Charlie bows. Lady Sylvan says, "He's more. It's more active than the last one you had."
It's sentient.
Taeyeon then stands then stands up, takes a step back, and you see him reaching for his wand.
And it's fine.
A bit uncalled for, don't you think?
We've had the blessing of the gods on this one.
Are you sure?
You can go ask Ayun herself.
Or Helm.
Or Helm for that matter.
Taeyeon relaxes, but his hand remains at the hilt of his wand.
Charlie, if you would, can you explain why you're here and what you're going to do?
Charlie says, "I am here to help the people of this city of water, this city of deep water,
Waterdeep.
Waterdeep."
Yep.
Or Shit Creek or something, Michael.
I am here to help the people and to train in the ways of Helm, to redeem myself. Taeyeon sort of nods slowly at that. Lady Silverhands smiles at that, and you can see her eyes flash for a second as there's some element of detect magic going on. Lady Silverhand looks at you, Archie, and says, "Of all the things I've seen you produce, Archie, this takes the cake. This is exceptional."
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is. And as you say that, and Lady Sylvan nods, Melise is gotten up from her seat and is now walking around Charlie and examining him. And Charlie looks a bit awkward as that's sort of happening, as he's sort of walking around him. She sort of examines him, says, "Interesting."
I would go into a lot more details, but there are some details about certain things that should not be said.
I understand.
Not
Melise
all
looks at
knowledge
you.
is meant to be shared.
Melise looks at you, and by the way, she's a shorter elf. She's actually a bit shorter than Scarlet.
Mm-hmm.
As Melise looks at Charlie in detail and looks at you, Archie, and says, "He's going to fight with you, yes?"
He's going to fight for all of us.
I see. There are some spots, and Melise points out 4 different spots on Charlie.
Weak points?
Yes.
Yes, I know. This was but a prototype for now. I'll be upgrading Charlie in the future, as well as when he grows down the path of, well, redemption. When Helm deems him worthy for more suitable replacements, he shall get some. But until that point, he needs to start from the bottom, like an acolyte.
I can see it
Correct.
now. He's gonna be shooting lasers from his hands any time now.
As you say that, as Thenra says that, Charlie says, "Would you like me to demonstrate my lasers from my hands?"
No.
No, that's not needed inside the council room.
Charlie says, of course. And Lady Sylvan says, I appreciate you not shooting lasers in around the council chamber. But I'm satisfied. It's curious that you downgrade from the walking tank that Ed was to this, but
It's a lot more approachable and can actually join our meetings now.
We
Can.
got brain over brawn. I think that's much better.
That being said, Tayan, if you wish for more details, I can give them to you after well, a bit later when the meeting's adjourned.
I would like that, yes. I would. I wish to know the capabilities, the limitations.
I can give you a full report if you wish.
That would be good.
Very well. That being said, I can't go into the full details of where we went for some very protective reasons. I would like to, but now's not the time.
Taeyeon speaks up and says, there's only one place that you refused to talk about before, Archie. You
And
referred
you
to
can
it.
probably
You referred to it as your sanctuary. I did ask to visit at one point before, but you, well, refused.
it,
You said you'd have to kill me if you told me where it was. I presume that still stands.
that does still stand. And it will still stand unless very dire consequences are met. That being said, though, there are some things that I can help with the guard, as well as forces that are trying to be prepared for battle, if you wish.
Says Lady Sylvan. Oh. Certainly interested.
The me of the past set up an armory. And it is partially built. Not the armory itself, but the armory wares per se. The armory wares can be expanded with the time, but time is kind of a valuable asset at the moment, especially my own.
Says, I see. At which point Charlie steps forward and he's a respectful bow as he speaks and says, I request permission, Archie,
Yes.
to list the contents of the armory for them to ascertain whether it will be help them.
Sure.
You watch as Charlie machine-like begins recounting exactly the inventory in the armory. Like 2,110 swords enchanted with a minor magical weapon enchantment, and he begins just muttering them all off. And you watch as Lady Silverhands just watches, and Taeyeon is legitimately shocked. As Charlie finishes, Lady Sylvan says, I'm sorry, when did you have the chance to make these? You've been gone for about a week or so.
These were
Is this
made before I died.
Oh. When?
Ah, yes, that is the absolute question, isn't it? I am a man of many possibilities.
His way of saying he doesn't know.
E.g., I don't know.
Archie, you were told by the steward that you took approximately 2 months.
2 months.
Apparently, I
fucking
did it
not
within
long.
2 months.
Considering.
And I'm pretty sure if I was going to sit down, I could probably do it another lot within 2 months. But that requires 2 months.
I will say for Archie, as you currently are, it will take a bit longer. That was peak Archie.
Yeah.
2 months of downtime. Probably a bit longer, but certainly the means are there to do it. The enchanting process is more dependent on how many spell slots you have, and that's less than what you have now.
Yeah.
So you have less now than you did before. But yeah, a few months could definitely do it.
I would
Lady
refer
Sylvan-
to a few months.
Yep. Lady Sylvan says, "Well, what's been listed is impressive. That could, well, not arm the entire garrison for Waterdeep, but certainly a good portion of them.
Indeed.
And that would certainly take pressure off, off our dwindling supplies."
What I was thinking is what I could do is organize a procurement from the top down. The highest ranking gets stuff first, the moderate ranks get stuff second, and the lower rank gets stuff third.
We can certainly work with that. I'll work with Orlam, who you recall Orlam was the soldier who's the captain of the Waterdeep Guard.
Mhm. Yep.
I'll speak with Orlam and work out distribution.
And I'll figure for delivery, I guess. I'll figure that out.
Yes. You do recall there was a gate spell teleportation circle type idea set up in the armory in the sanctuary, specifically for quickly moving it all out.
John, I could deliver it all to the teleportation circle. Or I could deliver it somewhere else.
That would be good. We do have a circle set up within the palace here that is, as of about 2 weeks ago, unable to be scried. Just in case someone happens to see it, I'd rather we keep it on the down low until it's ready to be distributed.
Archie gets a smile on his face.
Lady Silverhand says something amusing.
Do you want it here now?
Sure, let's get it here now. It'd be best to have it here and then put away before Valiant returns. The less he knows about that, the better.
One moment. I'm going to cast a sending spell.
Okay.
To the steward.
This is when you learn something about Archie that you didn't know before.
What?
As you release the sending spell, what do you say?
Steward, could I please get the armory supplies set up to be gated to the Waterdeep teleportation circle immediately?
As you send that, you notice something odd happens with the sending.
Yeah.
Usually sending sends, and then a reply can be sent. Instead, an open communication is set up.
Oh.
The steward says, "Of course, I will require an address, please, sir."
The Waterdeep teleportation circle, and I'll give a valid coordinates based on where we are in Waterdeep, where the teleportation circle is, based on my memory.
Yes, you do recall what the circle address is. Lady, as you say, you're saying this out loud. Lady Sylvan says, "Oh, we did change the address. It's actually," and gives you a different address.
I would change it then.
Yep. The steward says, "Of course. I estimate to send the entirety of the warehouse will take approximately 32 minutes."
All right, I'll let everyone know. Thank you.
Of course. And at that point, it ends.
32 minutes. That's all I look at Slay Silver and I say 32 minutes.
Well, you certainly work efficiently. At which point there's a knock on the door, and one of the guards is there and says, Lady Silverhand, an arrival in the teleportation circle, a bunch of boxes. Were you expecting that? Lady Silverhand says, yes, yes. Please put them in storage room X. And the guard goes, oh, of course. And you can hear the shuffling out in the corridor of guards grunting and groaning as boxes are being moved. Lady Sylvan says, well, the shame King Melandrak isn't here to see that.
I'm sure that our friend here will let him know. I look at Melise.
Smiles and says, I will let him know that you have donated a sizable armory, and that if he is nice to you, he may even get to pick some of it.
If he's nice to me, I might be able to make him something a little more suited to his elegant taste.
Like a crown,
A
perhaps.
little bit of spice.
Well, I could give him a crown and an elven blade. How about that?
I'm not
There's
sure if
there's just a really small dick carved in the fuck that you can't see.
Yes.
No, in the crown there's just an engraving of Melandrak. Not King Melandrak, just Melandrak.
Yeah, right.
Oh. Melise smiles and says, I will let him know that. I will let him know if he wants to listen.
That's if he wants to listen. If he doesn't get the presents.
Smiles. Lady Silverhand says, well, you've assisted us greatly with this, and you seem to have found your sanctuary again. I need to ask, what's your next step from here?
Now,
Global domination.
we have some places to go for Scarlet, as well as we wish to go. We wish to go and search Dragonspear Castle.
Lady Silverhand says, I see, it's quite a journey south.
It is, but that being said, I have a plan to get there a little bit quicker.
See. And you were looking for armor, yes? As Lady Sylvan looks at you, Scarlet.
Correct.
We have a lead on that if it helps.
It most certainly does.
Well, there was a report of some thievery going on within the library within the academy in Waterdeep.
Oh.
Someone entering and leaving repeatedly, and certain books going missing. From what we could see from the magical senses that were watching the library, it was an individual wearing, well, armor matching your armor's description. They were cloaked, but we did catch glimpses of it, of your armor.
Understood. Do you know if they're still in the city?
We know they didn't leave through the front gate. Odd. It's odd. We've been keeping an eye out for that individual in particular, and they have never been seen entering or leaving the front gate, like any of the gates for Waterdeep. They seem to just disappear. We did track them to the slums in the southern parts of Waterdeep.
Interesting.
Tyken raises his hand.
Yes.
A bit off topic, but I was wondering if you had any idea of what may have happened to Cleef Kenrick.
Who's that, sorry?
Helm's Chosen.
How do you spell it? Cleef.
I'll put it in D&D.
Thank you. Because I don't know my favor in law anywhere near as much as I should.
It is perfectly fine. We all got to start somewhere.
Oh, there he is. Cool. Cool. Quick reading. I'm sorry.
You are good.
Cool. Okay. Lady Silverhand says, "Where did you hear that name?"
All of us who follow Helm will hear whispers of that name.
See. Well, I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news then. He
He's,
fell.
That is unfortunate.
During the Battle of Waterdeep. Which is, you would know, is the battle that Scarlet also died at.
Seems as though that battle had taken many.
It did, unfortunately. I'm not sure when he fell during the battle, but I know his was one of the bodies that recovered. Making it over to my good reference. But yeah. Lady Silverhand says, I'm sorry to have to inform you this way, but is there any other question about that or anything?
I do not have any more questions. I did not know him personally.
Of course. I believe his body is interned in the crypts beneath the Temple of Helm in Waterdeep, if you wish to pay your respects.
That I do.
Lady Silverhand says, back to the matter at hand. That individual who was coming and going from the library, from the academy, they were seen enter. They've been seen entering and exiting a bar in the slums in the south of Waterdeep, like in the southern district. It's a bar called the Broken Fist.
Understood.
We did try to enter, but well, it's not the sort of place that the council is welcome.
Well, thankfully we're not council.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Should be warned that from looking at the outside, some sort of criminal syndicate is based out of there.
I mean, that feels
Understood.
like part of the course at this point.
It is, yes. But that's basically where the trail ends. There is something odd though, which I'm sure Archie would be interested in, as well as you, Scarlet. We do have a list of what was missing from the library in the academy.
Go ahead.
Lady Silverhand reaches into a pocket and pulls up a list. There's about 12 books on the list. It's like the book titles. They are all various books researching the abyss, demons, demonomicons, all about demons. I'm not sure who this is, but that is a very keen interest in the abyss.
Quiet.
Archie, I presume you're going to go with Skull and track down this individual?
Me?
Yes, I presume you're traveling with Skull to track down this individual.
Probably.
Can I please ask that you get these books back?
I can.
That would be appreciated. There's about a dozen books in the list, and they're all like books written about demons, how to fight them, how to summon them, information on demons, information on various layers of the abyss, how a book on how to talk in abyssal. Some of these are first prints of books. Some of them written by Tasha herself.
Nice.
Yes, the library in the academy is lacking because of the missing in books here. And as you know, well, the information is free to take. The books are not free to take. You're free to read, but not take the book. Copies can be made, but this person seems to be just stealing them. Anyway, that's all we know about this individual, if that helps you, Scarlet, at all.
I appreciate it.
Of course. Is there anything else?
I think that's most of everything that we need to say for now.
Can we get a small donation for traveling expenses?
Lady Silverhand says, indeed, you've given us some information and an armory, in fact. I will see that the donation is sent to your estate, Scarlet.
Thank you.
Thank you for your understanding.
Lady Silverhand says, if you do wish to travel south by the usual means, we can arrange for a wagon of some sort to be prepared for you as well. Just let us know and we can organize it. If that's all?
Appreciate it. I believe that is it.
Excellent.
Now.
Excellent.
I believe that is it.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, with that, Lady Sylvan stands up and says, well, thank you all for this rundown. Thank you for the armory. I'll make sure King Melandrak knows you sent it.
No worries.
I'll keep you informed if anything changes drastically. With that, Charlie deeply bows and says, I thank you for your time. And he turns and leaves. Do you all exit?
Yep.
Yes.
Other than me, because I need to give the report to Tayan, and I'd rather do it in the non-scrying area.
Yes. Cool. You all exit, and Archie, you hand over the report easily enough.
Mm-hmm.
Tayon takes it and says, thank you. I will have a good read of this. Perhaps we can replicate it, perhaps, do you think?
I don't know if replication is a thing that can really happen. I made this specifically for Charlie.
Let's see. Well, even if they aren't as intelligent as Charlie, even a bunch of constructs like Charlie with the capabilities, physical ones, I mean, that could be useful.
Could be useful in multitude of things. We don't just have to do them for combat as well, you know.
Yes, well, based on this, it looks like he can heal and produce food. That's extremely useful.
Indeed.
Anyway, thank you for this. As he sort of takes the paper and shoves it away.
You're welcome.
And a few moments later, you guys are all waiting outside, and Archie exits.
Come on.
You're outside the palace. Back to the Waterdeep map. Boop. You've all gathered. What do we do?
What would we like to do, everybody?
Well, I know what I want to do.
Hmm.
Get your armor.
Go find that person.
Find the person.
Mm-hmm.
Fenrir. Token.
I believe I should show Charlie the Temple of Helm.
I will show you where the place is.
It is
Boop.
already marketed.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh, you know where the temple is.
Yeah, it's right there, Helm's Hall.
I will show you where the broken fist is. So, you're all on the Waterdeep map.
Sir.
Cool. So Helm's Hall is down here, and the broken fist is in the slum area over here. Right here. So it's all sort of on the way. It's only like a few blocks away. What do you all do? Do you all head southish towards Helm's Hall and then take a detour, or?
I'm gonna go to Wolver or Wolvir or whatever the fuck his name was. That made my armor.
Yeah, see if I can find my note.
He's up at the market somewhere, I think.
Yes. Wolvar Hammersteel. At the Hammersteel Forge in the markets.
That is my destination.
Cool. Fenrir is making your way there. I'll put your token up here. Boop. Everyone else is going south, or you're waiting for Fenrir?
Am I the only one that feels like we should probably all do this together?
We all do this together.
Okay, cool.
I'm not crazy.
Okay. You all make your way out of the palace, up the street, up the street, and you enter the markets. You see the bustling markets going once again. You see Ella, that the owner of the potion store who ran the potion store called Ella's Brews, who gave that discount for Elvish speakers, if you recall.
Yeah.
You see Ikater there, that gnome who was selling bits and pieces and rocks and stuff from the Neverwinter Cradle.
Yeah, I remember him.
And you see a few other people selling things here. It's a hive of activity. People are selling and trading wares as you will enter. And you see a small-ish mobile forge being operated by Wolvar Hammersteel. Charlie looks about excitedly as you all approach. People give you a wide berth because Kalaya's there.
Classic.
Yeah. You're all in the markets. What do you do?
Well, I go up to Wolvar.
As you approach, he's in the process of forging what looks to be a portion of a set of full plate.
Are there any buildings available for sale?
For Taikan, you would know that no. Every building here is occupied, and there's too many people as it is.
I was going to say, you're going to put the poor guy out of business.
Not exactly what I had in mind.
You would know, Taikan, that every building here that is occupied, when a building is vacated, it is immediately someone else immediately scoops it up. As is the case for, if you recall, Silvara, the dragon lady that you met up north.
Yeah.
She's opened a soup kitchen in one of the buildings that she managed to scoop up the moment it was available.
We should say hi to her while we're here.
Her soup kitchen is a bit further north of the market, so yeah, you can do that.
Not like top priority right now, but just know that at some point Taikan would, whether that's on screen or off screen.
Yep, that's fine. But yeah, you are all within the markets. You approach Fenrir as Wolvar looks at you and says, "Oh, hello again."
Hello.
This is welcome. I've distributed those symbols of Ioun as you requested. It's quite the job.
Good job. You know how you got this armor that you made enchanted?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
I remember every piece that I made. He sort of grins.
Can you add an enchantment to it?
That's a difficult thing to do, unfortunately. Once an enchantment's on a piece of equipment, it's extremely hard to modify it.
Okay. Can you?
I will say, Archie, you hear this? As if it's this. Archie, in your sanctuary, a portion of your forge is equipped with the anti-magic field enchantment, allowing you to suppress a magic item's effects for you to enchant it with something else and modify it.
Okay.
Like the only way to modify an enchantment item is to suppress the current enchantment in order to do things.
That's so smart.
Yeah. Archie was a smart person.
Giga brain.
Well, Wolvar says, I cannot modify it once it's done. Unfortunately, it's sort of a one and done thing as far as I'm concerned.
Can you add plates to it then? And enchant the plates.
That I can do. Out of game, what are you trying to get exactly?
Fire resistance.
Oh. Wolvar says, I can certainly do that. Yes. I will have to gather materials and things, but
How much is it going to cost, firstly?
Fire resistance. You watch as Wolvar sort of mutters to himself. Well, I'm going to need some of that dust and some material components there. And
wait,
the metal.
I think I may have an ingredient. I picked
Oh?
it up a long time ago. He reaches into his bag. Here we go. Takes a little pinch, puts it in a vial. Dust of a unborn red dragon.
Wolvar looks at that and says, that was one of the ingredients I was going to have to get.
I have a lot of it.
If you're willing to part with that, that will certainly drive down the cost.
And I was going to volunteer myself for labor.
Oh, if you're not busy for the next week or so, then yes, absolutely.
Are we busy for the next week or so?
I don't think so.
Unless we wanted to do the thing.
Well, Wolvar says it will take about a week to craft it. The main thing was gathering that, and he gestures at the powder. But if you are busy, I'm more than happy to forge it myself. It should take about a week.
I will get back to you on that one. I do believe we have other things to discuss.
Of course. Well, with the materials to do it, about a week to craft, it'll be about 1,200 gold pieces for me to make those additions.
Okay. I will. Give me 1 second.
I knew it was a good idea to take a big old jar of that dust dragon egg we found.
Yeah.
It came back into play.
Well, yeah, the ingredients I had listed were either fire elemental ash or something of a red dragon.
Well,
I still got plenty more.
Is it alright? Is it alright if I give you a down payment first, rather than upfront, just in case? Because I don't know how much.
I'm happy to hand wave and say on the way past Scarlet's estate you dropped in, and Lady Silverhand had already delivered your money.
Oh, I don't know how much money that is. I have the money on me.
It's 3,000 gold each. As you drop into Scarlet's estate and you find just within the door are 4 little sacks, each containing 3,000 gold piece for each of you.
Oh, lovely. Well, I'll just give him the 1,200 gold now.
Okay. He happily takes it and says, "Very well. Says very well. I'll put this." He puts that piece of full plate aside and says, "They haven't paid anything up yet, so they can go on the back burner for now." and he's.
I will derobe.
Sorry. Say again.
I will derobe.
Okay. He says that's not necessary. I can forge these and attach them after the fact.
As I'm like half undressed already.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, well,
just
makes
looking
sense.
for a reason to streak.
In the middle of the
Now,
market, a few people looking.
If I now, good sir, make these plates preferably, so they're not the only thing that can be added to the armor, yeah?
Oh yes. Yeah. I figure if you want to add more, then there's certainly room for that.
Okay, cool. Pleasure doing business with you, good sir.
Pleasure doing business with you. You watch as he goes, well, premium paying, excellent. It's adamantine time, and he pulls out a few small bricks of adamantine. There's no expense. And Tyken, you watch as he begins to work the adamantine and work the powder into it as you leave.
Tyken does stand there and watch that just for a second.
I would prefer it be made out of mithril, just saying, because the armor's mithril already.
Of course, and you watch
possible.
as he mixes the adamantine with the mithril.
Classic. Fucking dwarves, man.
Yeah.
Alloying it. Let's go.
Yep. As Wolvar is getting to work.
Ooh.
Where to?
Where to indeed? Where does everybody wish to go?
I believe we're gonna go look for that person. So why don't you?
Let's look for the person.
Person
Okay.
searching.
Person.
Okay, you make your way out and then south to here, and then continue on this way and head down the street called the Way of the Dragon, and get to Helm's Hall, which is your next stop. Unless you want to go to the Broken Fist first.
I'm good either way. That's up to the party.
Broken Fist?
I'm just following. I've done my bit, so
Okay. You get... Okay, so you follow. Everyone happy to go to the Broken Fist?
Mm-hmm.
Short.
Cool. As you get past this point here, you see there are a bunch of guards posted and some people being arrested by the guards. And as you step further in, you now are fully in the slums.
Kalaya, I think it might be best you not be in here. It's affecting my sense of smell. I don't think you'll do great.
Elia looks at you and says, "I am fine. I
Okay.
can handle
It's up
this."
to you.
Carlisle would be like, I used to live with orcs. I'm good.
Hmm.
I mean, that is true. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. This is the slums of Waterdeep. Now I'll actually use the slums audio. People are coughing. You see people just drinking, and it's only midday, but people are drinking in the street what looks to be absolute slop. Like it's alcohol only because it's more of moonshine than alcohol.
But
The only
fuck
thing that
someone-
makes it alcohol is the fact that it's fermented.
You see dirty deals being done in broad daylight, exchanging gold and silver for what are very clearly illegal substances. And the people that are trading just sort of look at you and just go back to their business. You are in the slums of Waterdeep. It is filthy. There's literal shit in the streets. There are no guards. You notice. There's graffiti on the walls. It's awful. Scarlet, you grew up in Waterdeep, so you know for a fact this is the dirty district. This is the area the guards don't go to. Guards are liable to be attacked here. There were signs on the way in saying, warning, beyond this point, you're on your own. Carry your sword ready to go. And you know as well, Scarlet, that in this general area is where Onthar comes to drink.
He wants dinner and a show. I can't blame him there.
Yeah.
God damn it, I'll buy. Come
and
down
as- Yeah, well, if you recall, Onthar just beat the crap out of some gangsters that attacked him. So,
here. He doesn't really give a shit.
as you make your way along, you get to about here on the map. At this point, you have a small group of about 6 or 7 people who all look to be thug-like individuals that are just following from a distance. Their eyes firmly locked on your coin pouches. Keeping a distance because you have a warg that's wearing armor with you, and also a Tycan.
7'6", two-handed adamantine sword, head to toe in armor.
Yep.
Dude, it's
So
so frustrating, right? Because I'm tall as fuck. Archie's pretty much tall as fuck. The smallest one here is fucking Scarlet, but we look like normal people in comparison.
Yep.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
I can't hear you down there.
Shut the fuck up.
As you get to that
What'd
point,
you say?
as you get to that point, those 6 or 7 thugs behind are sort of watching and sort of muttering to themselves, sort of idea. Archie, you see, for you, so obvious, it's impossible to miss them. You see what looks to be a young-ish, probably early 20s, half-elven woman wearing black robes who is currently sneaking right up towards you in the open street and is reaching for your coin pouch. It's almost comical how obvious she is, but then you realize, Archie, that no one else can see her.
No one can see her.
You get a sense she's invisible, but your see invisibility is piercing that straight through.
So I can see her.
You can see her. she's about she started sneaking from an alleyway and has been following, and she's now about 2 or 3 feet from you. As you see her, like right there, she's sort of reaching for your coin pouch. You get a sense she's invisible. She thinks she hasn't been seen.
Is she going
Just
for
keep
my
it-
coin pouch?
She is.
Ah. Is she going very slow so I can't hear anything?
Yes.
I want to do something. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
what do you
figure out exactly what I want to do.
Yep. The rest of you are oblivious. The context: this person rolled a 26 on their stealth.
Jesus Christ.
I can just stand there. I have a sudden urge to radiant consumption.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
like I mean, for all intents and purposes, they are massively stealthy.
Yeah. It's just they
They're-
got
it's-
screwed
it-
over.
It's in broad daylight in the middle of the street, but they're invisible. So like,
A for effort. They tried their best.
yeah. What do you do, Archie?
I'm trying to think of the funniest thing that I can do right now. Okay, is my coin pouch on a different side to anybody else's in my party?
Oh, where is it?
On the right hand side, I guess.
Cool, and she's approaching from the right, so presume everyone has it roughly on their belts.
I'm gonna when
Yeah.
she goes to grab it, I'm gonna slightly move forward.
Cool. As she's like edging closer, and you see her like she has a mask over her mouth just to keep the noise of breathing down.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, and just reaches for it, and you sort of like move slightly. You see her fighting the urge to swear.
And then I turn around.
Yep.
As she goes to grab it again.
Yep. You guys watch as Archie suddenly turns around, and she's like, takes 2 or 3 steps back.
You're all right there.
Oh yeah. We're looking for these people, you know. Like, I've got to make sure we check behind in case they're following us.
Oh, you're right.
And
Considering
behind
what we
you,
know.
Archie, those 6 individuals that are back there, those 6 thug-like guys,
Mhm.
sort of immediately break. Like they were looking right at you, and they immediately break their gaze and begin to pretend they were talking amongst themselves.
Is she still there though?
She is. Make me a
Okay, I'll-
perception check, please, Archie.
Nine.
Cool.
Nine.
They are muttering to themselves. They are very clearly like trying to not be sus, but in the process being more sus.
Yep.
Yeah. She's still there. About she's there. She's backed up to about 6-7 feet away.
I keep an eye on these muttering thugs.
Yep. Would anyone else like to make a perception check? As Archie's definitely drawn your attention at this point by staring at these thugs.
I sure would.
Why not? $12.
Oh, they're obviously sus, Scarlet. They're obviously trying to size you guys up, and they're not sure if they can take you.
24.
Okay.
Tycan, you hear the vaguest whispers from the distance, but they're about 60 feet away. The vaguest whispers of, what's she waiting for? This will be the biggest score of the week.
I'm gonna turn back around and lean on Tycan.
Like it's gonna take put his hand on the sword and draw it.
And I'm just gonna say, whisper in his ear, "Don't do it yet. I have an idea.
He'll
It's
just
gonna be really funny."
he'll take his hand like it was gonna draw a sword, but instead he scratches the back of his head.
These guys all, as you put your hand towards your sword, they begin to like move back rapidly, and then you just scratch the back of your head. They're like, oh, and they begin to pretend they weren't panicked. And-
Skylar just gives a yawn.
So Matt.
Yep.
I'm gonna act nonchalant and wait until she takes my coin pouch. Or this person takes my coin pouch. And then I'm
Yeah.
going to wait about 4 to 5 seconds and then do something.
Okay, you watch as Archie, as she moves up slowly to you, and she's gonna roll a sleight of hand just to see how skilled she is. Cool, Archie. This person is damn good at what they do.
Sick.
As you don't even feel the coin pouch removed.
Yeah.
You do see it, obviously, but like, it's a very practiced skill, it seems. The coin pouch is removed, and she begins to turn and immediately go into a stealthy movement away towards the nearest alleyway as she gets about that distance away from you.
1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi.
Yep.
3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. I cast time lapse.
Okay.
I get my coin pouch back.
As she
That is
steps away,
fucking hilarious. What the fuck?
as she's getting away, and at this point, like 6 seconds is enough for her to get almost to the alleyway,
Mhm.
and she's there, and suddenly there's a blink, and Archie is suddenly shifts slightly against you, Tycan, and your coin pouch is back on your person.
And I'm
I
my arms over you again. She's gonna have a
Ah.
horrid revelation that my coin pouch is back on my hip in a moment. Wait for it.
Tyken's like already trying not to laugh.
You hear the sound of her swearing in the alleyway. Shit, where'd it go?
Okay, now I'll wait another 6 seconds and I'm gonna misty step right in front of her. And look at her.
You appear in front of this woman in the alleyway. He's like, you. Oh, hello. Can I help you? As she's now dropped the invisibility as she was in the alleyway. Hi.
You want this? I point to my coin purse.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Why is your hand marks all over it then? With your magical essence. I close my book very loudly. And I have a menacing. I'm going to roll intimidation.
Okay, yeah, do it, yeah.
That's what I'm going to do.
As Archie does that and teleports in the other way and does that, firstly, those of you still in the street see that group of 6 thugs say, "Oh shit, we're busted!" and they turn and just flee, leaving her alone.
Tyken will walk up now.
As she says, "I'm sorry.
I have a couple
Sorry.
questions for you if you wish to answer.
You gonna kill me?"
Depending on if you answer truthfully or not.
Okay.
Now, I would like you to take a seat next to this wall here, please.
She sits. As you will enter the other way, I presume.
Yep.
Ooh, something fun's gonna happen.
Okay, miss, I would like to know your name first. Don't lie to me.
Look at my name, Benjamin. Boop, boop, boop.
As I make a name real quick.
No, it's fine. My engine is right up. She says,
Always
My-
keep one
my-
of those handy. Mm-hmm.
she says, my name is Xana. It was nothing personal, mister, really. It was well, people with heavy coin purses don't usually come this way, and you got to seize the day. You know,
You need to
There's nothing-
seize the day against people that aren't trying to save the city and have very powerful abilities.
Also, look at us. Like,
Some paydays
seriously.
aren't worth the risk.
Tyken will approach her.
He says, "Well, what do you mean saving the city? You're not in the guard."
I'll take her hand.
Have you heard the name of Archie? Tycan?
Rips
Scarlet?
off her arm.
Thanraya?
Dinner.
No, should I have?
Have you heard of the Greylocks?
Think so. Weren't they the ones that all died in the battle?
They're
Like,
not all of them.
dead.
Anyway, we're very powerful people. And you have talents that you could be using elsewhere. But, that being said, what did you need the money for?
While this is being talked about, Tyken would take her hand. He'll take and put 100 gold pieces in her hand and say, and remember, if it's worth stealing, it's worth asking for.
Takes it and stares at it, and you get a sense that's a lot of gold
It is.
for her.
Dude,
For her.
it's a lot of gold for anyone.
We are generous people, and if you have a good cause, we're willing to help out. Not all the time you have to steal everything. Waterdeep is a very vast place with a lot of people inside at the moment, and I know you're trying to probably get by. I don't know what schemes and other things you may be up to, but you and your 6 friends that just ditched you
She
are
looks
probably
at
just
the other.
trying to get by.
She looks at the exit to the other way and says, "Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the truth. But promise you won't hurt me."
Just, I
You
promise
have
I
my
won't hurt
word.
you if you tell me the truth.
I want to get out
Of Waterdeep?
of Waterdeep. There's nothing but trouble here. It's not safe. You can't. There's nowhere safe to rest. And I wanted to escape. I wanted to get out.
You want to know what's outside Waterdeep?
Are there any? Well,
I'll reach into the bag of holding and pull the white dragon's head out of it.
stares at it for a second.
This is what's out there.
Waterdeep may not be the best place at the moment, but it's the only safe place out there at the moment. Unless you literally want to go to a war front.
I just want to get out.
If you're looking for a safer place, I am a member of the Helms Temple, not too far from here. Volunteer there. We've
The city's
paladins
not-
and clerics.
She says the city's not safe for me. Look, I got into a lot of trouble, and I owe a lot of people a lot of money, and I need to get out.
Who?
Whom do you owe money? I would
And
gladly
how
talk
much?
to them.
She says it's various gangs, lots of them. Look, I had some gambling problems and other debts. She lists 6 different gangs. She says, and I owe in total 30,000 gold pieces, I think, thereabouts. I would have just walked out the front gate. I mean, we can do that, but they're watching the gate. They're in the camps outside. So I was hoping to pay to get smuggled out.
And is the only reason you want to get out is because of all these debts, and you're willing to go through literally getting murdered on the street for these debts.
They were going to murder me for not paying the debts, so yes.
And they're still looking for you to murder you anyway. And the debts are only going to rise if you stay. And they're going to search for you if you leave.
Their
Tell me,
power is
what-
within the city.
What gang is trying to take this money from you within the city?
Its names and locations.
She gives you, 6 different gangs. of various, brutal-ish names. Scarlet, you recall these gangs from before. These are older gangs of various groups.
Are they all in the slums?
Yes, they're all based in the slums for the most part, but they do have people throughout the city.
Hmm.
I wanted the money to pay for the
How much do you
I wanted to to all the gangs in total about 30,000 gold piece, but the Black Hand, well, I don't owe money to them, and they operate a smuggling operation, and they'll take me out of the city for 1,200 gold.
Isn't the Black Hand the worst of anyone?
He says, well, I suppose they are, but like I didn't get into debt with them, so I was hoping to pay them, and they will smuggle me out of the city, and then I'll be able to go somewhere safe, find somewhere safe.
Has anyone heard of anyone who has been smuggled by the Black Hand being let out and actually surviving?
You asking me, the DM, or
Have I heard of the Black? Like, I want it from her, but I also want something from you for my own
Yeah.
knowledge.
yeah?
I think it's a little bit of
Okay.
column A, a little bit of column B right here.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I will get
Can I
all
make
of
like
you to
a
all of you
history
make me
or
history.
something?
All of you make me history checks because you've all been hanging out in Waterdeep a fair bit.
Because I have a strong feeling that the Black Hand does a smuggling thing where they don't just smuggle; they just take your money and kill you.
It's like the coyotes whenever they promise to smuggle people from Mexico to the
Yeah.
United States. That's my theory as well.
Yeah, I just have a strong feeling that this is the type of thing that's like they take your money and you die. You know.
Exactly. Right. History. Give me
Tycan, would
one
you like
second.
history?
I was that's exactly what I would expect from Tyken. Like maybe, I don't know.
Cool. So, Archie, in your wanderings about this place,
Mhm.
your meetings with the council, your ability to retain information when you see it.
Mhm.
The Black Hand are notorious for dealing in two main businesses:
Yeah.
drugs and people smuggling.
Yep.
Usually, you know this, Archie, they usually smuggle people in.
They don't smuggle people out.
Well, people usually don't want to leave. Like, people want to get in the walls. It's a very rare thing
Yeah.
people want to get out of the walls.
Yes.
They are, based on the information you have, are reliable.
Okay.
They are expensive, however. And you know, Archie, that they tend to be very selective with who they smuggle.
And they probably wouldn't smuggle someone who has a debt with all the other clans of 30,000 gold.
You believe that if Xana goes to the Black Hand, it'll be worth more to the Black Hand for them to hand her over.
Yeah.
You guys want to know something funny? 30,000 gold is the equivalent of 3.1 million US dollars.
Yep.
Xana, I have something to say to you very
That
seriously.
really puts things in perspective.
If you go to the Black Hand, and Taurus Gang usually well handed in bringing people in, not letting people out, as well as some other substance usage. Do you think they will really let you go, or do you think they will just fawn you off to one of the other clans to pay your dues?
He stares at you with this like serious face and says, "It's a better chance than I currently have."
Can we make a deal?
Deal? It isn't
I
going to
like
involve
where you're
putting
going
me
with this.
more debt, will it?
Oh,
I
this
think
will
it's a
cleanse you
win-win.
of your debt.
Oh,
he'll put his hand on Archie's shoulder. Trust him. He usually does win-wins.
You have a
Okay.
very particular set of skills of being not seen and being capable of sneaking around, correct?
Oh, yes, yes. I learned some basic magic, invisibility, from a book I stole from the academy, and some other things.
I could teach you some new spells that can help you out. As long as you help me in kind.
Okay.
I can also get you out. As well as a few of your friends, if they wish to get out too. So you just are not out on your own unless you want these people to not get out with you because you think they're not worthy of getting out.
They just abandoned me the moment shit turned south.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the question. Are they truly your friends? Or do you just want to be out?
I just want to be out. I don't care about them.
I need you to promise me one thing though. I can
What's that?
send you to a place that you can help and change your life. As long as you don't resort to gambling, stealing, and being a nuisance for these people.
Well, I didn't gamble that much, really. Like, I only had a 1,200 gold piece debt. Sorry, 1,500 gold piece debt. Just
Yes,
they-
inflation is a thing, but I'm just letting you.
They charge
I'm
interests.
I am placing the ground rules here.
Okay.
Because the thing is, if I get you out, that puts a target on my back. But I can teach you things to make you helpful in the coming turmoil. I know people. I know people who can use your skills to do underground dungeoneering, scavenging, and stuff like that if you're willing to help them. Become an adventurer. Actually, you know, make your way in this life. Does he sound reasonable to you?
Yes. That's what I need to do.
You need to come with us. If you trust us, that is.
Hey, where are you going? Like, where are you going to? Where are we to follow you?
We're going to be going to the Greylock estate so we can get you out. And you'll be under our protection doing so.
Okay. Okay, I'll follow you.
Do you agree with this, Tarkin? And everyone else?
I support this.
Supportive.
Mistakes have been made on her part, but nothing deserving of this sort of fate. I will
No.
happily help.
When I see talent, I can't. It's a bad habit.
When I see someone who has to resort to stealing to try and live, I have sympathy.
Mm-hmm. And you can keep that 100 gold that Tarkin gave you to help with procuring gear when this starts.
Yes, that was a gift. There are no strings attached.
Mm-hmm. Fenrir? Scarlet?
No,
I mean, it's not like she tried to attack us, so it's whatever.
All right, let's go quickly to the Greylock estate.
Okay.
Hmm.
Make it back to the Greylock estate.
As we put a pen into the broken fist.
Yep. As you go to the Greylock estate, you
Mhm.
exit without much issue.
Mm-hmm.
As you walk through the much more wealthier streets by comparison near the Greylock estate. As you approach, Xana looks at the front gate and says, "Is this your home?" And looks at you, Scarlet.
Yes, it sure is.
Wow. You must have so much money. Is that a servant? She says as the door opens for you from one of the servants.
That is.
Yes.
She's just in shock as you step inside the estate. You notice as she steps in, Xana's had a life on the streets. As she steps in, she's immediately, you all notice this, immediately clocked every exit, every window.
Mm-hmm.
A survival instinct that is good on the streets.
She's talented. She's got the like this one. Okay, Matt. Here's my idea. I'm gonna give it to you.
Yep.
Because this is what's gonna happen right now.
Yep.
You know the place where we first went? I forget what it was. The keep with the lady in charge with the tinkerer, dungeon delver, artificer, sorcerer chick.
Yes. Verge.
Yes, I want to
Was it
get her
Waste-
to work.
it was
with
Waste
Waste Watch.
Watch.
Yeah,
Cool.
I want to teleport her to Waste Watch with me.
Okay. As you all hang out in the Scarlet's estate for a bit.
Mhm.
Or
So-
would you like to contact Verge?
I'm going to send a sending to Verge right now.
What do you say?
Hello, Verge. It's Archibald here. I was wondering if you want a dungeoneering buddy. They are very talented in sneaking around and looking at escape routes, and they are looking for a new life.
A few moments pass before Verge does reply and says, "Oh, hello, Archie. Yes, a friend will be useful."
Glorious. I have one more question. Where are you right now? I would like to know.
Verge says, "I'm on the road currently.
Mhm.
Verge says, figure out where Verge is. Verge says, I'm at a nice place called Ironford Fort.
Oh, we went there, right?
You did. I'll move you to the map. There. That was like the northernmost fort where you fought that ogre thingo and the hag.
Mm-hmm.
If you recall. It's the northernmost defensive line for Waterdeep.
Yeah.
As Verge does tell you that yes, I'm here helping them install some new ballistas.
All right. I'll send another sending and say, do they have any? Do I recall them have a teleportation circle or anything at the fort?
You do recall they had one for receiving
Okay.
emergency supplies.
I'll send one last sending because that's my level 3 spell slot stabbed, and say, can you ask the guard if I can teleport there to bring this person to you?
A few moments pass before you get a reply saying, yes, they've been told to expect someone.
Okay. All right. I clap my hands together. We have a little magic to do.
A little side venture.
Yes, we're going to Arnford Port to meet up with our friend.
I'll just say you can just send Xana straight there if you want. Like Verge
I
said.
want to go. I want to go there myself. You know,
Okay.
so it's not just I want to talk.
Yep.
And just sending her there, she might just piss off, right? So.
Yeah. Yep, that's fine. So you gather around the teleportation circle that Archie's prepared.
Sure.
Sure.
And as Xana sort of stands in it and looks at it confused, as it lights up Archie and bam, you appear. I'm going to leave on the Waterdeep Slums map for now.
Yeah.
Because it's easier for me. You appear in Ironford. You appear in what looks to be a large stone-ish building with a teleportation circle sort of inscribed in the floor. 4 guards immediately are there with their spears out and pointed at you as you appear.
I put my hands up like, hey, it's been a while.
Guards say, "Oh, hello!" to the guards, and you recognize them. These are people who fought with you on that wall, if you recall.
On the wall, yeah. That was a lot of fire that day.
It was, yes. We were
Was
told to
the- was
expect
it-
someone.
Was it Verge? I always forget her name.
Verge. Verge.
Yeah. We're here to meet with Verge. Do you know where she is?
You hear the sound of squeak, 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 squeak.
Oh, there it is!
There's Verge. You see the little female gnome riding on the back of the little a medium-sized animated construct on little 4 wheels. Has some new additions on it now since you last saw it.
Let's go.
You can see there are some green dragon scales mounted on the front as more armor.
Yeah.
And Verge is sitting on it, riding it about as Squeak squeaks in. Verge says, "Oh, hello everyone.
Hello, Verge. It's been a long time.
I like your suit.
Thank you. It's my old one. I got it back just recently.
Oh, I like this." And she hops off Squeak and runs over to Charlie
Mm-hmm.
and starts poking at Charlie and begins to pry open one of his leg plates.
Hey, careful with that.
I'm being careful. I'm just looking at this. This is really. Can I have it?
No. this one's mine. I'm sure Charlie probably says no as well.
Charlie doesn't say no. He just sort of says, "Oh, hello there, hello there." As Charlie leans down in front of Squeak, and you watch as Squeak's little dragon mouth on the front of him moves and makes a variety of grinding noises, and Charlie tilts his head and responds in the same noises.
Oh my god, they're having a fucking.
Oh no.
Oh my. They're having a freaking robot conversation.
Yep.
While our compatriot created friends have our conversation, I need to have a conversation with you, Verge, about this person. I do the Will Smith like show left.
Yep. You see Xana there, youngish female, half elf.
Yep.
Verge says, "Oh, hello. You're William. You're Archie's friend."
By the way, as this is happening, I'm using Mini Archie to use the quill to write out like 3 spell pages of how to learn spells.
Yeah, cool.
Yep.
You would get a sense that if Xana can cast invisibility,
Mhm.
Xana is able to cast at least 2nd level spells.
Yes, and I'm doing a couple the cantrips, level 1 and the level 2, pretty much
Okay.
to help.
Let me know after the game which spells.
I will let you know, but yeah, for now. This is Xana. We have just got out of a perilous situation within Waterdeep, and they need a new lease on life. And I thought, there is a wonderful, very outgoing, magically inclined, as well as engineering inclined dungeoneer that might need a little friend to help out.
Oh, says Verge. Interesting. Are you good at sneaking? And locked doors. Those are usually my problem. I can fix them with magic, but it's kind of loud. And Xana says, "Oh, I actually got these," and pulls up a set of what is very clearly a cobbled together lockpick set. Verge says, "Oh, we're gonna get along great."
What do you think, Xana? You want a new lease on life?
Yes, will it be dangerous? And Verge says, "Oh, yes, it will be."
It'll be fun though. And you can
Oh,
make
yes.
a lot of money.
I'm in.
Also, if you do a good job with Verge here, I'm sure you'll get some fancy new tools. And if I hear you do a good job, I'll give you some fancy new tools and items too.
Deal, done. And Zana just grabs your hand and shakes it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And she hugs you.
But here, I get Archie to hand me the pieces of the paper, and I place them in her hand.
She
A little
takes it
bonus
and-
to start off with. Learn these. I'll be coming back to test you on them later. Basically, 2 cantrips, 2 level 1s, and a level 2 spell, pretty much. Ones that she probably doesn't have.
As she looks at them and says, "Oh, I see, I see."
Helpful with dungeoneering too.
Oh, this could be useful. I think I know this spell, and she points at one of the spells you've given her. I've seen this spell cast. I've never learned it.
That one lights things up. This one turns enemies on fire. This one helps you so you don't get set on fire.
Oh, all very useful.
Basically, firebolt, dancing lights, and freaking sword elements.
Yep.
And this one's really cool, so you don't get jumped when you're sleeping.
Oh, that's really useful. So there's no gangs that can.
No, you are way away from Waterdeep now.
Verge picks up and says, "Well, there were gangs a bit to the north. They don't exist anymore." And Verge grins.
I think you'll get along great. What race is Zana, by the way? Is she just a human or an elf or something?
She's a half elf.
Oh, let's go.
You get a sense Xana's probably in her early 20s.
I have an idea. Do you like archery, Zana? Or do you like slinging magic?
I've never been able to afford a bow.
Do you want a bow?
I always use these, and Xana just shows that she has like 6 different daggers. One of them looks to be a kitchen knife.
Do you want a bow?
If I don't want to be a burden. You've already helped too much.
Well, the thing is, I'm not. I'm trying to make it so you have ease of combat abilities when you're with your new friend here.
Yes, I think. Verge speaks up at that point and says, "I can get her a bow."
All right. If you can get her a bow.
Verge has this grin on her face and says, "How about a bow that fires things like this?" And she points at one of those like flaring out bolts that that is mounted in Squeak currently.
Oh, that sounds amazing, doesn't it? I nudge Zana a little bit. Yeah.
Says, "Oh, yes, definitely, yes."
And I hear you're walking the right path. I will personally craft you a dagger.
Oh, thank you. I'll try to walk a better path.
Good on you.
I'm gonna reach into my bag.
Yep.
And I'm holding on to a fairly worn necklace. And I'm just going to place it in Zana's hand.
She looks at it.
It's a symbol of Ioun.
And she looks at it and goes, "Oh.
It's my old symbol of Ioun.
Takes it and clasps it tightly.
The goddess of Ioun. The benefactor of knowledge, gaining knowledge, sharing knowledge.
Ooh.
Your story's not done, and your story has a new beginning. Whenever you seek knowledge, or seek a path, or seek something that you need to do, abide in her. And I'm sure she'll guide your way in a small way.
I'll be right back.
Okay. As Xana nods and says, "I think I understand. I haven't heard of Ioun before. It's usually darker gods in the slums. I've heard of that one." She points at Helm, at the symbol of Helm. again.
If you wish, you can also follow that one too. But I
have
believe
a symbol, a holy symbol of Helm, and say, "Yours if you want it."
He takes it.
you can choose whichever you wish to follow or to follow none. It's completely your choice. But
Or
just
some people
remember,
do follow both. There's
this
no
is a
limit.
crossroads in your new life, Nana, and I hope you use it well.
He thinks about it, nods with a like determination, and then hugs each of you.
I give her
appreciate
like
that.
I give her a hug and give her a little pat on the head.
Yep.
I say,
I give her a dad hug.
Yep.
a big dad hug. Let's go. Now,
Hmm.
you have work to do.
Verge says, "Yes, we do. We have another 2 days of installing these ballistas." As Verge is talking at Zana, and you're going to help with that. And then we're going to head east.
Have fun.
I've-
I just sort of wave as they start walking away,
Yeah,
talking probably.
Yes.
I'll be back to test them later.
And as they walk away, you watch as Charlie finishes the conversation with Squeak. As Squeak sort of squeaks a bit, and Charlie squeaks back. Squeak then turns and moves away, and Charlie stands up and turns to you, Archie, and says, "Well, that was most illuminating."
Did you have a nice
Squeak knows the
conversation
secrets
with
of the
Squeak
universe.
there?
Yes, yeah, he's quite limited in his capacity,
Mm-hmm.
but has been on some remarkable adventures.
Yeah, that seemed to go to a lot of places. I figured it out. Instead of turning Charlie into a complete god-slaying Gundam death machine,
Yeah.
I'm just going to create a new adventuring party with Verge. We just got the rogue or the arcane trickster. Now we need
Yeah.
to find a front line for him.
Yep. Yep. But you watch as Squeak, Verge, and their new companion Xana move off, and they begin to join the bustle of guards around. Just peeking out the door, you can see 5 massive ballistas mounted on the wall where you guys stood in that battle.
Mhm.
Each of them about 10 feet long.
Our hopeful, useful NPC list grows.
Yep.
I
With that, what do
demand
you-
to see a token of Zana at some later point. Smile.
Oh, I've got a list of things to do. It's happening.
Yeah. Anyway, we need to head back to Waterdeep. So,
And easy enough to do. Activate the teleportation circle, and you're back.
yeah. Well, that was a fun little detour. Anyway,
Yes, it was.
we need to keep finding this armor, right? Let's go.
Yeah. Cool. With Scarlet in tow, you make your way back down towards the Broken Fist, and you find yourself back where you were.
Are there thugs back there?
There are thugs all over. You don't see them.
Yeah.
You're pretty sure they've scattered.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
You find yourself at this particular intersection here. Sorry, over here. You see down the street to the right, on the right hand side of the street, you can see a bar called the Broken Fist.
All right. Let's
And-
go.
And Sol's just said he's gone to get his food. So,
Oh, god damn it.
but that's fine. I can describe the outside for you. You see, the bar is an absolute cesspit.
Yeah.
You see, there is what is very clearly a Goliath who's overweight, covered in tattoos, wearing a set of knuckle dusters which have what look to be barbed wire on the knuckles, which are dripping with blood.
Mhm.
And he looks to be the bouncer type person.
Hell yeah.
The stink of moonshine type leak of alcohol comes from inside the bar, past the broken doors, and you can see the sign on the bar. It's not a sign that says the Broken Fist. It is an actual severed arm from about the elbow up with a broken fist.
That's fucked up.
Tyken leans and says, Archie, you should mend that. It would be funny.
I don't have mending on me.
Absolute disappointment.
It is.
I don't know. I
extreme-
don't have that cantrip right now.
as you take in this from a vantage point, you watch as 3 thug-like individuals approach the door, and as they approach, you watch as this bouncer Goliath just steps in front of the door in front of them. You watch as these 3 thugs sort of look at the guy, and you can see a brief conversation begins. When the 3 thugs try to push past the Goliath grabs the front one by the face and just swings the guy and slams him into the wooden door frame. You see teeth fly. The
How far?
Goliath throws. It's just in the general vicinity, and the Goliath picks up the unconscious guy and just tosses him to his friends, and his friends run off.
Tyken will clap.
It's clear that not everyone's allowed entry to this place. Inside the bar does seem to be pretty quiet. There's no loud music. There's no happy fun times going on in the bar. You guys would all get a sense that this is not a place to get drunk at. This is a place of business. You want to have a quick break while I wait for Soul to come back?
I'm fine with that. I think he kind of sort of wants to be here for this.
Yeah. Cool. You are out the front of the bar. That gives me a chance to make. Ooh, get that one. Let's find me some art for Xana. That was a really fun little side thing, though. I enjoyed that.
Me too. I love when stuff like that happens.
Yeah. Xana, for your reference, thanks, is a level 7 arcane trickster.
I was gonna say I think she was an arcane trickster, right?
Yep, level 7
And this
arcane
is why I
trickster.
went more the utility / illusion route.
Hmm.
Basically, the spells that I'm gonna give her, if you want to write them down now, was
Yeah, absolutely.
Firebolt. I gave her absorb elements and
I think it was dancing lights. You said?
yeah, it was Firebolt and dancing lights.
Those are the first. Those are the cantrips.
Yeah, and then the
and
2
then there
level
was-
1 spells were absorb elements and alarm.
Oh, that's a good one. Yep.
And then the level 2 spell was which one was it? It was blur
Oh, that's a good one.
illusion spell.
Cool.
I was gonna give her a mirror image, but I'm like, she has invisibility as well. Like,
Yep.
and she can learn stuff on her own too. Like, that'll be a treat for later, you know.
Cool. Here's some good art. I'll take that one. Boop.
I was gonna give her knock, but knock will be a thing for later, and I think she's gonna be more wanting to be fiddly
Oh,
with her thieves tools
uh,
anyway.
So Verge has knock,
Yeah,
which is why Verge mentioned like that she can unlock locks, but it's quite loud.
yeah. Like I wanted to. I was like, who can I send this lady to with my magical gifts to actually, actually get her to become stronger and actually teach her? And I was like, Verge. Verge loves exploring and loves engineering, right? So
Hmm.
like,
Hmm.
why not?
Cool. I have art. I'll upload it to my art folder. Because I got Roll20 Premium again. Woo! I have room to do stuff. I have to be careful with how much I upload. There's that. I'll make a token for her eventually, but for now.
Hey, this fucking Super Bowl is super close, Sept.
Ooh, I forget who's playing.
Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Those are
It
names I have
is.
not heard in forever.
It's 35 to
Oh.
35 with 2 minutes to go.
I will make a token eventually, but there is Xena. Boop. She did not have all that gear on her because she was literally on the streets.
Let's go.
Definition of an urchin.
Yeah. We'll change that. She'll be a key player later on.
Also, I got the gangs that she's in with if you want those as well.
In writing,
write 'em-
please, because I know I forget them.
I'll forget them all.
There you go. Boop.
The thing is, what I'm hoping, this is my long-term goal with Zana, is she will get enough stuff to pay them back, and if they try to do some shady shit, she can just deal with them herself. Because she lacks confidence at the moment. She has talent, lacks confidence, right?
Yep.
So
Pretty much, yeah. Well, that was good.
So it's like,
Hmm.
maybe she can get the money back and fawn it back off them and be like, here's your money, and if you want any more, I will just kill you. So fuck you.
Yep.
No street gang locked in Waterdeep is strong enough to deal with me, with the adventures that I've just been on,
Yep.
And she'll soon realize of like, she's being pushed around by,
Maybe the Broken Fist wants some more Broken Fist to hang on their signs.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, and the other gang, the one she wanted to talk to was called the Black Hand. Ooh, excited. It's funny, I had to roll for where Verge is because Verge is roaming frigging everywhere.
Yes.
Verge has gone everywhere. On squeak. Yeah, hope that was alright with Cleef as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I just was thinking about it. I'm like, huh. I had a feeling that since like I know that at a game you didn't know that there was a chosen of Helm, but
Yep.
like even with that in mind, I'm like he probably didn't make it much past that either. Like
Yeah.
Exarchs are almost immortal, but that's still a bunch of Tiamat dragons.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm imagining that Khalif probably led the Helm faction out into that battle. Was at the front of the battle. Yeah, most of them fell.
Which out of game, I can't access in game because Tycoon would have no idea, and we don't see on the map. I'm very curious what the Dale lands look like.
What, sorry?
The Dale lands. Let me go to
Dale Lands.
yeah.
Where is the Dale Lands in the scheme of things?
Drag me to the world map. I can show you. They are. Where's the ruler? Here.
I do not see it.
You don't see my ruler?
Oh, hello. Okay, cool.
Somewhere in here, I can't tell because of the black, but like there's a place called Myth Draenor, like somewhere around here. Was an important location before a certain wizard dropped another city on it. Also next to Myth Draenor is another place called Shadowdale. Shadowdale is where the wizard Elminster lives.
Oh, hold on. I'll see if I can pull up my original map. Because I have a version of the map that's uncovered.
Now, the fun
I had
thing
a
about
version.
Elminster from DM to DM, I had to get rid of him from my campaign too. He can travel throughout the multiverse.
Well, yeah, that's him. This is why Elmis is so powerful, is because he can travel everywhere and do whatever he wants. Like,
That's how I was able to get him out of my campaign because he would ruin it.
Oh, cool. You don't know what's there now.
So I'm very
this is what I was
curious.
talking to Matt about before this campaign. Remember, I was talking about how Elminster literally, like, what's his name? The creator of D&D was locked in his cupboard.
Yeah.
While Mordenkainen and Elminster were talking about magic over cups of tea in his house.
Yep.
I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Welcome back.
So all you missed. So we sort of paused for you to get back. All you missed. They took Xana to you teleported Xana to with Xana to Ironford, which was that fort where you fought in the wall, and Xana has joined up with Verge and Squeak.
I think I was there for that.
Oh, cool.
was that
And
guy, yeah.
yeah,
And then we
cool,
just
cool.
stopped.
Oh, yeah, cool. You then teleported back to Waterdeep and walked back, and you're now looking at you're here on the map. Gonna move you back. I did.
Yeah.
You're here. You're looking at a bar, an absolute shit dive of a bar. Broken doors, stink of moonshine, and other really toxic liquids coming from the place. There is a Goliath with knuckle dusters and barbed wire on the knuckles that are coated in blood. This Goliath is the bouncer, and you watch as the Goliath basically beat the crap out of a random thug who approached. The bar inside is whisper quiet. There's no real noise coming from inside the bar. And there's no sign on the bar saying the Broken Fist. Instead, there is a severed arm hanging on the bar with what is very clearly a broken fist. Like hanging out the front. You've just watched as this Goliath bouncer has beat the crap out of a guy, thrown him away, and you're standing there. You can see it. What do you all do?
Right in.
Well, that's a sight.
What a display of pugilism. I will approach and be like, "May I enter?"
As you approach, the Goliath looks at you and just says in this stern voice, "Fuck off."
I assume that's a no.
Do you have an appointment?
I do.
Can I kick him in the shin?
You, you can. He stands at about Tyken's height, which is expected for a Goliath.
Yeah, I kick him in the shin.
Okay, make an attack roll for me.
What would that be?
That is a make a strength. Just roll your strength and add proficiency.
23.
Cool. And your damage is 1 plus your strength mod.
So it's 1 damage.
Cool.
Let's go.
As
We
you
like
kick-
1 damage here.
As you kick him in the shin.
I'll then smite him.
Okay. What's your smite? As you kick, the kick doesn't do anything, but suddenly there's a loud. Is it lightning or thunder?
I'll go lightning because thunder will be too loud.
Cool. It arcs his brings. Rah! I'll get you all quickly
No.
roll initiative. Get you to go roll initiative for me because he's about to get violent.
God damn it.
Your
But I
token's on the
didn't
screen
want
already.
it to come. He's just doing his job. I didn't want violence.
Same.
Well, he could have been nicer.
Yep.
You know what? I feel like. Can I abstain?
You can.
I will also abstain unless it gets bad.
Yeah. I'll let this fight between those two happen.
Yeah.
they do have. the
Actually,
tough-
can I do
Yeah.
something else?
Yeah.
I mean, I already hit him once.
While they're distracted, can I just walk in?
Haha! My plan succeeded.
I will get you to join the initiative order if you're gonna try to walk past him.
I'll hydrate breath.
I will go ahead and join initiative order because I'm going to be acting as referee on this one.
Okay.
I'll
Charlie-
join initiative just so I can walk in.
I'll
Yep.
join initiative so I can follow Archie.
Wait.
I,
Cool, and that Tycan, please, just so you're in there.
I'm trying.
roll.
It won't let me.
That's fine. I can add manually. That's fine.
Oh,
You rolled an 18.
yes, sir.
I think you were forgetting to click on your token.
I keep clicking on it, but it keeps not counting it. Stupid roll 20.
That's fine. That's fine.
Mm.
So Scarlet,
Oh.
you watch as Thanrea kicks his bouncer in the shin, and he takes 24 points of damage. Lightning runs through. He's like, ah! There's a crowd immediately around that sort of like look and see that someone's trying to attack this bouncer.
She sighs some face palms and then holds her turn to when Archie walks in to follow.
Okay. Thanrea, he's gonna punch you.
He's gonna punch you.
He swings twice and he hits once. Thanrea, he goes and he punches you. He hits you for 13 points of damage.
Fucking hell! What?
It's a punch with knuckle dusters that have barbed wire on the outside, and there is definitely some sort of a steel plate on the inside. These are weapons in their own right. 13 points, 1-3.
Yeah.
He punches the first one that hits you hard. He punches the second time, but you sort of step aside. At the end of his turn, he calls out, "Hey, boss, we got trouble!" And you hear the sound of chairs moving inside. Inside, you can see a few individuals are standing up with crossbows at the ready. But that's their turn. Again.
Tyken will go a little close to these two, and he'll just turn and to the people who are coming out and be like, "I'm refereeing. It is all right. No one's going to get seriously injured." And I will hold my action.
Okay. Archie. What do you do? This bounces like right in front of the door.
I'm gonna walk in.
Get you to make me a acrobatics or athletic check to squeeze past this bouncer, who is actively trying to stop the door, like block the door. Your choice. Do you want to force pass or squeeze or slip past? Thanks.
I am going to cast borrowed knowledge on myself. And then I am going to try to slip past. I
Okay.
guess.
Okay.
21.
Cool. The lightning running through his body has slowed his reflexes as you beat him. And you slip past into the bar and find yourself face to face, Archie, with 4 crossbows of varying size beginning to be pointed in your direction.
Oh, yeah. Before I have to blow you all sky high, I would suggest you put those crossbows down. I'm looking for one person and one person only, and I don't want to kill you all to do so.
Yeah, you can make me an intimidation check.
Can Scarlet be in there too now? Or
Yes. Scarlet, make me an acrobatics check, please, or athletics, your choice.
This one's more 18.
Archie, as you squeeze through, Scarlet, you go right behind him, and you both find yourself in there. And because of that, Scarlet, do you want to say anything or do anything to help Archie with his intimidation check? Because you're both in there. And you see these 4 thugs in the bar.
Just look at them menacingly.
There's 4 thugs that are currently standing up from their chairs pulling crossbows, and you can see there is one man at the bar who's currently sort of reaching for something underneath the bar, and there is a bar woman who, like a bar staff woman, who was in the process of bringing drinks to 2 of the guys with crossbows, who's currently looking a bit scared and beginning to duck for cover.
Look, we don't need to give the owners more to clean up. So if you just let us be, we're only looking for the one.
The 4 guys in the bar are pulling their crossbows up, and at this point, they all stare at you. You hear muttering amongst themselves. You think we can take them? No, I'm not sure. That guy at the front's pretty big. And that one just cast a spell. You hear a voice call out from a closed door within the bar. It's fine. It seems they have an appointment. Lugnack, let them in. This voice calls out. You watch as the bouncer, seemingly named Lugnack, calms down from punching you, Thenraya. Says, seems you got an appointment, and steps aside from the door. Another initiative.
Tygan would heal Lugnack back to full.
As you go
I'd
to do that,
something anyway.
yeah,
Okay.
as you go to do that, Tycan, Lugnack puts a hand on you and says, just shakes his head.
And then he'll turn to heal Thanraya.
I didn't take any damage.
I thought you took
That,
13.
that
I
was all
took
temps.
temporary hit points.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. Fuck me, I guess. I'm gonna go sit in the corner.
I'm like, that's good. I'm
Poor
glad everything
guy.
was resolved. I put my hand on his shoulder and I cast banishment
On who?
on Lugnak. I'm like, well, I say, luckily that was all sorted. It would be a shame if someone were to cast banishment. And as I say banishment, I cast banishment.
He failed to save, and blunk, he's gone.
And then I walk in.
The 4 guys in the bar who were beginning to calm down immediately get aggro again.
It's fine. He'll be back in a minute.
Don't worry, it's just pettiness. He's not in any danger.
4 guys say, "All right, your beast can't come in," and they point at Kalaya.
I tell Kalai to stay outside.
Good.
He says it
This-
stinks in here anyway.
This is a classy place of business, and we have no place for animals here. It's not a classy place of business. It's awful in here.
I put my
Uh,
hand on Taikan.
Mm.
I'm like, Taikan,
Yes.
you gotta hold me back, man.
Charlie looks at you all and says, if it's all the same with you, I'll stay outside with Kalaya.
Probably a good
Think
idea.
about this.
That is
If you
fine.
grapple with them, you're going to get their smell on you.
It was just Kalaya. It was just Charlie steps outside next to Kalaya. His hand flips down, revealing the force bolt launcher. And points it at a pair of random street kids who are approaching Kalaya trying to pickpocket something off the beast. And says, you hear Charlie's voice saying, "Attention citizens, please stay 15 feet back at all times, or I'll be forced to fire." Charlie then fires a warning shot into a barrel. And they immediately run away.
Charlie's hardcore.
Yes. The 4 of you, and Manifest Mind, are now in the bar. These 4 guys sit back down. Their crossbow's still in their hands. They say, "When's Lugnak being brought back?"
I'll
Any second
look
now?
at an invisible watch and I'll be like, he is from this plane, right?
They begin to
I'm
mutter.
asking.
Yeah, he is. He's from Waterdeep.
Okay, then yeah, he should be back soon.
All right. As they sit back down, the guy at the bar, the bartender, you can hear a heavy thud as some sort of heavy ranged weapon is put back into storage behind the bar.
Oh, I'm glad everybody understands the situation.
Archie,
Mm-hmm.
all of their crossbows are magical,
Yep.
and there is a strange aura coming from the detect magic sense of things from a back room.
Yep.
Make me an Arcana check. You've heard of. There are a few drugs that go around Waterdeep. This one is called dust. And Archie, it's made from powdered bits of ghouls.
That's fucked up.
It's
Interesting.
absolutely not healthy. And it's one of the worst substances to be going around Waterdeep. You get a sense that out the back is probably some sort of kitchen where they're making it.
Am I the only
That's
one
what you
having
get it.
flashbacks to that payday mission?
No. Yes. Wait. Yes.
Caustic soda.
Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
You watch as the young woman who's probably in her mid-20s, the bar lady, like the waitress, approaches you and says nervously as she approaches, the fist will see you. Please, this way.
Fist. I say that out loud.
Can I make an insight check on her to try and discern if she's just scared in general or just scared of us?
Yeah, make an insight check.
11.
You get a sense she's scared of the fist. This is absolutely a gang hangout spot. And based on the tattoos on the guys that had the crossbows and the bartender, this is the home of the Black Hand,
Mm-hmm.
one of the other gangs, the gang that Xana wanted to come to. But you get a sense that this,
And she doesn't have a
Wait.
tattoo on her, the waitress?
she does not.
Wonder why you're here. No tattoo. Scared.
She says, it's,
A long
I
story.
have, it's a long story. It's no questions, please. I just want to pay off my debt and leave.
I'm gonna lean into her and whisper and say, "You know that's never gonna happen, right? They're just gonna keep you here until you run into the ground."
Maybe. That's all she said, just maybe.
I'll figure something out.
Plausible.
She says, the fist will see you. As she takes you to that door where you heard the voice come from. And pushes
Can't
open
believe
for
we're
you.
reading Doomfist, dude.
As the door is open for you. Inside, you see a person. Did I not save a picture?
Been there.
Done that.
Oh, I know what I did. I had them in this folder and didn't actually upload them. Oops. Wait, 1 second. Boop, 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 boop. As the door opens and you see a room, an office of sorts, with a simple wooden desk. Yeah, there's my art. There it is. Thing. Do this one. Hand out. You see a simple wooden desk, a variety of bookshelves around, a few chests around the side, a series of tables, and you see a human man wearing a very nice suit, very mafia-esque. He's actually wearing a nice suit, Archie. Big cigar in his mouth. You see the fist. He's definitely some sort of a leader character. And based on
100%.
the tattoos on his neck, you can see he's definitely like a leader character of the fist. He says, Well, it's not often that we get people barging their way in to here. You must know where you are, yes?
Yes, and honestly, you should probably know who we are, considering your stature in the city.
Yes, yes. You've been seen entering and exiting the palace a few times, it seems.
Ooh, interesting, right?
Yes. I mean, at first I thought you were in league with the council looking to shut down our operation here.
Could be a lot of things. But we're not here for that for now.
How do I know you're not with the council?
Because we
Send
were
here
kicked
is
out.
there. We all know that could just be a formality.
You should have your informants already know that we've been kicked out, but honestly, we're our own group, so having ties to the city doesn't really involve us. You see, mind games within a city like Waterdeep isn't what my goal is. My goal is the whole of Faerun. So, one small city isn't the whole of the Sword Coast, you know?
Well, one small city is all that left. It's left standing. One small city is all that's left to gain power in.
Ah, but what if there were more cities?
Very well, we can have a conversation. I'm happy that you are not directly in league with the council. As he says that, Archie, you notice a little string of magic floats into the room into his head.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize this as someone receiving a sending spell.
Yeah.
Says,
He got messages from his informants. Look at that.
Yep. Says, please have a seat.
I will have a seat.
Let's discuss business.
We're here.
Can I-
We're here for Scarlet, right?
Can I offer you all a drink? He says as you all take a seat.
No, thank you. I'm good.
I'll have one.
Of course. Rosa, as he just sort of waves his hand, and you see Rosa, who seems to be the bar lady. Says, oh yeah, yes, Mr. Fist. And the fist says, top shelf, the wine, the good stuff. He watches. She goes, oh yes, and she grabs a bunch of glasses and a bottle and brings it in and sits down on the table in front of you, a glass each. Even for you, Archie, he said no.
Mm-hmm.
He watches Rosa pause, and her hands are shaking as she pours it. Archie, your insight check still stands. She's fucking terrified of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you begin to put some things together, Archie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, everyone else, you all notice this. It's obvious. It's plainly obvious.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of blood on the fist's knuckle, and Rosa does have a bruise under her eye.
And I
Hmm.
discern if he's actually strong or if he's just a thug.
You get a sense that he's not the strongest. It's not so much that he has strength; it's more he has power.
Yeah.
The power to do what he wants. He's not strong as such. That's what he has his thugs for. But he has the power. He could just beat up his waitress and not care.
Fair.
But you get a sense that he's not gentle. And he's a dangerous individual in terms of his power. But he watches Rosa finishes pouring the last glass and begins to leave with the bottle. He says, "Leave the bottle. Wait in the corner in case we need you. And close the door." And she goes, "Oh yes," and she closes the door and then stands in the corner and just looks at the ground. He says,
Hmm.
"It's a business," and raises the glass.
Tiger
We're
just
here for
looks at the
Scarlet's
wine.
armor, right? Or for something like that, right? Or we're here for something else.
This is the bar that this individual who was stealing books from the academy
Oh,
was
books from the
en-
academy.
was entering and never leaving. So he enters and leaves this bar, but he's never seen exiting the city.
Okay.
So the answer to your question is books and hers and Scarlet.
He says, "You have business here.
Yes.
Go on, speak."
We're looking for a few things.
Oh, if you're looking for things, I can certainly offer it. I can sell you
Ah.
dust. I can sell
about-
you information. I can
what
sell
about-
you people.
What about books?
Well, if you want books, I'd suggest going to the academy. Presume someone of your stature can enter there quite easily, gesturing at your Sork. Unless you want something of the darker nature.
No, I'm here for the books that you took from the academy because I kind of need them.
I did not take any books from the academy.
Well, how come the books that were taken from the academy lead to here and then people disappear? Riddle me that.
I have no say in what other people take from the academy.
No, but you have the say of people who go in and out of your establishment with said books.
If you wish to talk to me about my clients, I'm afraid I cannot. I run a respectable business here.
Oh, so do I. I run a very respectable business that involves everyone within the city as well as outside the city, and those books are very important as well as some other things from my friend here.
What is it you're looking for? He shifts the gaze to you, Scarlet.
I am looking for a person.
You see, books I can't help you with, but a person. What are we talking here? Do you want them dead? Maimed, perhaps?
Neither. I wish to speak to them.
There's easier ways to speak to people than coming into this establishment. Who is this person?
Matt, the person is the one who was taking the books, right?
Oh no! He asked you that. Yeah, it was. It was the same guy. The one guy.
Yeah. The person who has been taking the books. I've been
Again,
needing to speak to that person for a while now.
Again, that particular person is a client. I'm afraid I cannot discuss about a client.
They might know me.
I don't care. Unless you have actual business to deal with, I'm going to ask you to get out.
I see that all your business is very single-handed and only one way.
Fuck. That
I wonder
was
why
good.
they call you the hand, because all you do is take.
It's the fist, actually.
Yeah, and I see you use it on your fucking employees too.
Sometimes the fist needs to make its underlings know their place.
Tyken
I
is
don't know what
getting
you're tr-
very angry at the moment.
I want to regale you
Yeah.
with one thing. Fist. I do quotations.
Hmm.
I know you're good at smuggling people out. I know you're good with drugs, but how good are you at defending yourself? I don't want to cause a ruckus, but I will if I have to.
I would love to cause a ruckus right now.
That being said, I came here as a mutual benefactor, and you're being an absolute cunt. So how about we skip the formalities, and you give us what we want before things do escalate? I don't care about your pissy little crossbowmen out there. I don't care about you. You care about information and keeping your little business running here. And that can keep going, and I can look the other way. But if you keep looking down on us like we're little piss ants, you're going to be sorely mistaken. Your business will end today. Do you understand?
He says, I think I do. He then shifts his gaze to Rosa, the woman in the corner, and says, well, I'm satisfied they're not working with the council. Rosa then looks up at you all and says with a completely different tone of voice and says, yes, I am satisfied. Have a drink. Of course, says the fist. He stands up,
Yes.
nods his head politely and walks around the table, opens the door, exits, and closes the door behind him.
This bitch got played.
Mm. You watch as Rosa, this meek-looking woman, sits in the seat that the fist was just at, and says, "Okay, you've come in and threatened my operation.
Indeed.
Let's talk face to face. But first, I think introductions are in order." Her human form begins to shift and change as the bruise on her eye, under her eye, disappears. Her skin becomes a pale white, and you see that she was actually wearing leathers that all sort of blended in as part of her form. You see a changeling.
Hmm.
Which is why she didn't get picked up by your detect magic, Archie. It is a
Mhm.
natural ability. She says,
Hmm.
you can call me the face. I apologize about that little ruse, but most business can be dealt with by the fist.
Most.
Usually most people who come in here looking for talk business don't come in with such muscle. And she looks at you, Tyken.
Tyken is even more angry now to the point that I'm pretty sure there's like divine sparks on him at this point.
Yep.
I poke at the blood vessel that's poking out of Tyken's head. Down.
Mm.
You
Down.
feel the seed?
Down.
His eye gets big like one of those toys when you do.
We now have a walking
She says-
sparkler.
She says, as the face says, tell your attack dog to settle down.
Down, boy.
I'm pretty sure he'll settle down if you talk to him like a genuine human being. But
But damn, boy.
As the face says, you're looking for information on a client of ours.
Mhm.
What's your
as well
offer?
as some books.
I can offer you information on the client. I know he did carry the books, but what's your offer?
That's up for negotiation.
Let's negotiate.
Money, secrecy, the ability for your operations to keep going without us intervening, like I was thinking of doing before.
He leans back in the chair, and she doesn't have any pupils. Her eyes, her skin is like a porcelain white, and she's got like just white eyes, no pupils.
I can also give you information about how your operation is going to get shut down without our intervention because there's something coming.
Wait, my food just arrived. Oh.
Speaking of something coming, it turns out to be his food.
It's so annoying when they put your food at the door, but like right in front of the door, so you can't open the door without knocking it over.
That's where you tip a dime.
Yeah,
Just to be rude.
They're not getting a tip. That's it.
We don't get a tip. We don't do tips. We have general services tax.
But yeah. The faces. I make a point in when I run my business of not sharing clients' details.
Mm-hmm.
However, given your connections to the council, I think I have an appropriate payment you can offer. I want you to tell me what the council meets about when you do see them. What their plans are for Waterdeep.
And why would you want that?
Information is power.
You know that this trade is very, very, very one-sided, correct?
I can tell you where the individual is. I can tell you a bit. I can tell you all I know about him, and I can tell you where he is right now.
I don't like to steal.
I stand up.
Yep.
And I go to walk out.
Okay. As you stand up and head towards the door, what's Archie say?
Seems like you
Was-
already lost interest in two people here.
What does Scarlet say?
What did they want?
What this?
Information of the council meetings.
Mm,
Not regular information. Just a one-time thing.
That information is a lot more valuable than you probably understand.
Asking questions like that, I would start to think that they're consulting with the enemy.
And that is also what I'm thinking.
Tyken stands up.
She says, "Fine. What would you offer as compensation for us betraying the confidentiality of a client?"
I know what I will offer, but I'll let Archie say this one.
I don't want to resort to threats, so I'm going to leave that as a last resort, as you already know. But I know what's happening to Waterdeep. I know what's coming to Waterdeep. I know the ins and outs of most of the things in Waterdeep, other than the gangs. That being said, certain gangs need to be around to finagle things around under the city, per se.
You know, it says there is a peace to be kept.
Well, there is a piece between how many gangs are there down here right now?
Many.
6, 7. And I'm guessing there's a lot of turf wars.
There are.
And I'm guessing everyone wants to be the top dog.
Most of them do.
The one thing that we can really give is a bit of compensation or secrecy of what's going on here. The other thing is, sooner or later, the other competition is going to be dealt with. That includes yourself when Waterdeep does get back up and running. But there has to be one that remains. There could be some sway that the one that remains is a certain group that I'm talking to right now. But
He's a tempting offer.
that is a long-term thing. Also being said, I can't control all of Waterdeep or anything like that either.
Hmm.
The city
How
is
about-
a
How about
fickle
this then?
mistress.
How about this?
Mhm.
If the city finds itself getting back on its feet, you put in a word to the council to have them put us on the bottom of their list. So we can shrink into the shadows and re-emerge. and
Well, that
survive
would
whatever-
require you doing stuff for yourself to become cockroaches.
We're very good at that.
Also, that being said, when things do change inevitably, however long it may take, half of your business is going to shorten because a lot of people are going to leave Waterdeep.
One aspect of business,
Mm-hmm.
we can adapt.
I can put in a word. It doesn't mean that they will listen to my word. That is all I can promise. But that involves if we get our end of the bargain with this client as well as these items that were taken.
Very well. It says, this is acceptable.
Do you agree with that, Tarkin?
Apt.
Tyken is like struggling on it internally here.
This is what we've talked about before, Tarkin.
I feel like it's. a
If
good-
you wish to walk out, you can.
He's like ponders for a second. Says, Tentatively, I'm alright with it, unless people start getting hurt.
Well, by the sounds of it, these people only deal with certain things, mainly getting people out and drugs seem to be a thing that people choose for themselves, so it's in as much harm to themselves as it is to the people supplying.
The face speaks up and she says, "It is simply supply and demand. The people want it, we supply it."
That's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about acts of violence.
Mm-hmm. And the acts of violence will go down if they have to go into hiding. And I'm sure that your tone right now, Tarkan, as well as the seriousness of the situation, is speaking volumes. So, I'm going to make an executive decision here of I'll put a word in if you tell us what we want. But that's all
Very
I
well.
can promise, putting a word
Very
in.
well. Very well. Has Stanray left the room, by the way, or is she remaining in the room?
I was probably gone by now because
Okay, cool.
I'm just that out
Okay, cool.
in the bar.
Okay, cool. Cool. As you walk out, you can leave the bar as well and join Kalaya and Charlie outside.
Is it? I mean, I'm gonna stay in the bar if
Okay.
everybody else hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, you sort of sit at the table. No drinks are brought to you. The four guys in the bar are just staring at you. The face, in the meantime, the face says to you, says to the three of you in the room with her. Okay, I think we have a deal. Here is what I know. His name is David. I'll write on here for you, David.
Mm-hmm.
Name is David. He's wearing, well, he wears a cloak over a really nice set of armor. I did ask him for the armor as payment, but he refused. He instead chose to pay with gold. He's an odd case because at first we smuggled him into the city. That's normal, people want to come in. But then he paid for us to get him out again. That was odd. But then a few weeks later, he was back and wanted to be coming in again. And then coming out again. And he did this repeatedly.
And he had the money for all this.
Mostly. There were a few times where he was short on the coin, and he asked us for work. He didn't seem
Right.
happy. He didn't seem happy about it, but we gave him work. Honestly, I'm surprised that a kid that young could handle himself that well in a fight.
A kid.
Yes, I believe him to be about 16 or 17 or so. He's human.
Interesting.
But he's paid his way.
I have a question, Matt.
Hmm.
Can anyone attune to Greylock armor, or can only Greylocks?
This is something that Archie would know because you helped make some of it.
We have Sir Talthor's armor.
You do, yes. It must be attuned. It can only be attuned to by a member of the Order of the Blue Moon.
Archie knows something that people don't know. He's either one of two things. He's either just wearing it, or he's a fucking Order of the Blue Moon boy.
I had a feeling it was going to be part of the order.
That's interesting. And he keeps on coming in and coming out.
Yes, yes, coming in, coming out. Usually with bags of materials. A lot of the time, books.
Books.
Is he currently in or out?
He's currently out. Due to the nature of our recurring business, I have people watching his general location. I know where he camps.
Where is he camping?
About a day outside the city, in a section of forest. Just to the south.
Perfect.
He's adamant at not remaining in the city.
Wonder why.
I think I might know why.
I have a feeling as well.
I have a strong feeling I know why.
Yes.
Says, I can tell you where he is, or if you wish, I can smuggle you out as well, although that would of course cost you because that would be considered.
We don't need to be
considered
smuggled
smuggling.
out. We can leave whenever we want. And we can come in whenever we want.
You don't have
Is-
to worry about us.
It's good. I'm not worried at all. Well, I'm going to move to the world map for a sec. Cool. She points at the forests just here. Right there. Pulls out a map and shows you.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. That's where his camp is usually.
Very good. Usually.
Interesting location to be.
Oh, it's within a day's travel of the city, but it's outside the walls.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a general period when he decides to come back? Is it a certain amount of time? Or is it just irregular?
It's irregular, but I have people watching from the camps outside Waterdeep.
Mm-hmm.
As far as an hour ago, he was out there.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
We thank you.
Honestly, I think we got the information that we need.
We did.
I have a feeling I know what's going on, or possibly what they are doing now. So that's all I really needed.
Got what I needed.
He says, "Good, and you will put it in words to the council if things happen."
Yep.
Yep.
Excellent.
I'll give you a sending when I do.
Very good. Well, pleasure doing business with you. She waves her hand, and as she does, the door opens.
She stands up.
And as the door opens, her form immediately shifts back to the meek human waitress with the bruise under her eye.
Let us be off.
Agreed.
We have an ASMR to appease.
Question: Is
Yes.
there's a desk between me and that person, right?
Yes, there is.
All right. Well, as he leaves, Tychon would say, "And I apologize for the mess," as he flips the desk.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna do the fucking Kiri thing where he slams the deck, walks out, then just kicks the
Yeah.
door.
Ah, tempting. Very tempting.
I wanna send it, do more.
How very petty of Tychon.
I know. He learns from the best.
This is exactly
As-
what I was thinking of.
Excellent.
And then he fucking rips open the door and walks out as the door slams
Yeah.
against the wall.
As you said it, Tychon, she says, "Oh, it's no problem at all." And as you begin to walk away, you hear the sound of metal of wood groaning as You see, she simply moves her hand, and the desk floats up and rights itself.
God, that would piss me right off.
Miss Clean Freak over here, Jesus.
Mm.
It smells bad, looks bad, now
Yeah.
messy. I hate this place. I go outside to meet with Van Raya.
Okay, you all step outside, and you see Dan Raya in the bar. You all step outside the bar.
Time to go, Van Raya.
Really, you should stay. The drinks are fantastic. As I
Oh
slam
my
my hands on the table and
god.
get up.
We're going. Get the fuck up.
No, I didn't drink anything. That's the joke.
Yeah.
Because they
I
didn't
don't care.
serve me
I did it.
anything.
Except these, pal.
The Goliath at the front, he's back there now because it's been more than a minute. He's back.
Did you enjoy your trip?
He just stares at you.
Nothing but good fun as I put out
Mhm.
my hand for a handshake.
He doesn't give you a hand.
That's alright.
Let's go.
You all step outside. You see Charlie there, who's still pointing his arm around at people.
Stop resisting. I'm in.
Yep.
Come on.
As you approach Charlie, Charlie says, "This place is full of undesirables."
It is, but the thing is, there's undesirables in most cities, Charlie. And sometimes they need to be undesirables for a city to run smoothly. Which is unfortunate, but, there can't be light without darkness, right?
If there were people like this in Akantea, that would have been dealt with the usual fashion appropriate for criminals.
Yes, but we don't have the power of Akantea. Humans and other living beings like this are a fickle bunch when they're not coordinated.
I see.
Crime is rife in a place of strife. Rubbing
I
like
see.
crime out here, bro.
He says, "I see. Although I believe the punishments of Akantea would certainly help them be set in the right path."
Maybe, but it could also make it worse.
Oh no! I presume you start to walk at this point.
Yep.
Cool. As you're walking through the streets, where are you headed to?
Let's go back to the Greylock Estate.
Okay.
Because I don't really need to go to the council to hold my end of the bargain until we've got what we need. So
Yeah.
I would
Yeah,
like to rest for the night and then start heading south. So
Okay. As you make your way through the streets, Charlie says, "Yeah, so Archie, you see, the punishment in Akantea for criminals is not death, because that would be barbaric. Instead, they are punished on a first offense with the use of the People Mind spell.
Oh God.
And after spending a few months in that state, their minds are then returned. And if they repeat the offense, then a more permanent solution is devised.
Yeah.
Where the memory is modified.
Oh.
See, there is no need to construct an actual prison for criminals when you can simply modify their memories to make them believe they've been in prison.
I see.
Oh, that's actually pretty
That would
smart.
be a really smart idea if we actually had enough people who can actually cast that level of spell all the time.
Yes. It was quite effective in the city. The crime rate was extremely low. Although not zero, it was pretty close. With that, you get to the Greylock estate and step inside.
Understandable, but also like
Hmm.
you need a lot of magical power for that.
Well, I can tell you had that in good supply.
Yes, unfortunately, we do not.
Hmm.
Unfortunately.
Hmm.
Otherwise, you are correct. It would be
Hmm.
quite effective.
You all step inside the estate.
Mm-hmm.
You were there. Charlie says, regardless, did you get what you needed from those scumbags?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. And honestly, the deal was probably as favorable as we could get it.
Then what is the strategy now? I ask.
We are going to head south and try to acquire and talk to this David that we learned of.
Hmm.
And then we are going to acquire Scarlet's armor back and go and do the stuff we need to do for Scarlet and then head to the castle. Probably. I do have an idea though, which is going to be very unsurprising to most of us because we can reach him right now if we want to. But I'd like a. We can go right now if we want. It's just that if we do end up engaging in combat, I'm not going to be as effective. But that's fine. I'm sure Tycoon has some wanted aggression to get out.
I wanted to show the face my fist.
Get ready to receive some Holy Spirit.
What do you want to do?
You want to go now?
I am up for it, if everyone is in agreement.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
You estimate that you'll be able to get to where the forest where the camp is by nighttime.
No. I have a better idea. We just go back to my sanctuary and gate the.
Ooh.
That works.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That works.
because we know the location of it now. We can know where it is. We might not be exactly right on top of it, but you know.
Okay. Let me get this ready. Boop. Is that the strategy?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's what I want to do.
All right. Do you have a 5th level slot to teleportation circle? Or do you ritual? Can you ritual that spell?
And I kind of need a rest.
I need a rest.
Okay. Well, you have
Actually,
a
no.
short,
I need a short rest, and then I can get the spell
Okay.
slot back.
So you have a short rest. Have some lunch. It is about 2 or 3. Oh, sorry, a bit longer. About 3 or 4 p.m. at this point. So you have a quick afternoon tea
Yeah.
with actual tea,
Right.
because actual tea is good.
Mhm.
You have a short rest, so you get your things back for Archie and other people who may have used things.
I get a level 5 spell slot back.
Excellent. As you get your spell slot back, tea. You have tea as well. Maybe some biscuits, maybe some snacks. But after an hour of chilling out in the Scarlet's estate, Archie is ready to go, I presume.
Yeah, I had some tea and a biscuit, and I'm ready to go.
Okay. And as you're all ready to go, gather your things and teleport, I presume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Teleporting circle. You appear, bam, in the sanctuary.
Stuart.
He's already there before you. Just, oh, welcome, sir.
We're going to be leaving immediately.
Of
I
course,
mean,
sir.
while
where'd
we're here, we could do one of those really short, long rests.
Well, yeah, we can do that, can't we? Let's do that.
Sir,
Man, Sevson I was thought I was doing 5D checkers here. Sevson already was fucking 6D checkers right here, bro.
checkmate.
Okay. So each of you step into the pods, and a few moments pass, and you all step out, and you all are long rested.
Ah, these are nice.
You feel a bit more relaxed now, Targan?
Yes.
Invigorated.
I
The
woke
Holy
up and
Spirit
didn't
has returned.
silence.
I instead of choosing violence, I contemplate it now.
Violence is never the answer. It's a question, and right now, the answer is no.
Within the Holy Scripture, I contemplate violence. Oh, good. All right, I'm gonna do my log rest when I get back to my comp, and then I'm ready to go.
Okay. You set up the teleportation thing,
Mhm.
asking you to go to the location, and the face described it pretty accurately.
Yeah.
You know, in the forest just north of Nightstone, about X distance from Waterdeep and X distance from Nightstone. You have a pretty good location of where it is.
Do you know? Oh my god! No, I can't do that though. Never mind. I had a really chaotic idea, but I can't do it.
Mhm.
I was like, I'll just bring him to us
Mhm.
with the gate spell.
Dude's in the middle of taking a shit. Where am I?
What the fuck?
It's activated. It's ready.
Mhm.
Do you step through the gate?
Mhm.
Cool. You all step through the gate. All of you. You appear in a lush forest. You can see through the trees make out the shape of Waterdeep to the west. You're surrounded by trees. The weather is still nice. You all appear there. You're not directly in the camp, but you have been sent to the location roughly where it should be. What do you all do?
Can everyone have a look around and see if we can spot any signs of a camp
Yes.
or footprints?
I will get Kalaya to sniff the air, see if there's any like what's the called? What's Kalaya? What is the I think I said Ben right, but I meant Kalaya. Sniff the air.
Yeah,
What is
perception
it
check.
called? Like the smell of smoke, I guess? Like the smell
Yeah.
of a fire or some shit like that?
Yeah. You can smell for a campfire. Kalaya to make a perception check. A perception check, please.
Wisdom.
I would like Kalai to smell if
14.
bitches in here.
Kalaya sniffs for a bit, and his nose points in a certain direction and says, "Smoke that way."
There's smoke that way.
I agree with Kalaya, but we should all look around. I'm going to try and search for some footprints or anything around.
Yeah.
I'm going to investigate the ground. Investigate the trees if there's any markings or anything like that.
Yeah, make me an investigation check. Cool. Looking about for a few minutes, you do notice that there are footprints in the ground.
Mhm.
Some old, some new. Coming and going from the direction of Waterdeep. Which do go in the general direction of where Kalaya is smelling smoke.
Very good. Let's go.
Okay. And as a group, you'll begin to walk.
Be wary for an ambush as well. Keep your eyes and ears out.
Mm.
We don't want to be caught with our pants down.
If they can try and ambush, but it's their future.
I'm going to activate my true sight on my glasses because it should be reset. Right. Or is it a daily thing?
It's a daily thing.
Never mind. I don't do it then.
When do you
But the
activate your sight?
invisibility.
Oh yeah.
When we went to the council meeting,
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
didn't I? Or was that just the normal one?
That was just normal.
Okay, I activate the tree sight. I do
Okay.
it now.
If you activate True Sight, the forest is basically as it is normally.
Mhm.
There's nothing standing out
No,
particularly.
but so if something does stand out, I will notice it.
Yep, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right now, there's nothing particularly.
Mm-hmm.
You follow the tracks for about 20 minutes. Winding through the trees. More of those footprints, Archie.
Mhm.
You also notice, and Thanray will notice as well, what looks to be a sword mark in a tree. With what looks to be dried blood.
Oh,
You see a handful of broken arrows sticking out of a tree.
I've been around here. You would have thought.
Continue along a bit. Before you see in the distance a smouldering campfire with leather tarp like sheets over it, preventing the smoke from getting out properly.
Mm-hmm.
You see what looks to be a makeshift. You see what looks to be a tent of pretty simple design, more functional. You see a chair just sitting next to the tent. You see a log that's on its side in front of the fire. You see over the fire is what looks to be a spit, like like the long pole that's elevated over a fire. And on the spit is what's left of a wolf. Just being kept warm over the fire. And you see a person currently with their back to you, wearing a cloak. They seem to be
Mhm.
reading a book, and they're sitting on this log that is just facing the fire. And as you approach, everyone make a perception check, please.
You just wear as an illusion.
Perception.
Yes, please. Cool.
Rip.
You hear you all hear just muttering coming from the person.
Mm-hmm.
Tycan. Thanraya. Tycan and Thanraya. You hear muttering. What languages does Tycan know, please?
I can
And what
begin
lang-
speak.
And what language does Thanraya know as well?
Draconic, Common, Celestial, and Utgard.
Okay. Tycan. Yep. Sorry.
Common, Celestial, Sylvan, Goblin, and Basic Elvish.
Okay. Neither of you two understand what is being said, but you hear something being said. It sounds like a snarling sort of language as they're speaking it. Before it stops and they say, that's not right. In common. And they try it again.
Do I understand the language?
As you approach, as I presume Tycan and Thanraya pointed out,
Mm-hmm.
it's Abyssal. This is the telltale sign of someone attempting to learn Abyssal.
Can I slowly walk up and discern what he's trying to say?
Cool. As you approach to get close enough to hear, because you perception check, Archie,
Mm-hmm.
you hear what he's trying to say is stand down now or you will be destroyed. But he's getting
I
the
walk
words
up
confused.
and I say it fluently.
Okay. As you
It's
walk up-
actually said like this.
as you step up, Archie, and as you're about to say
Yeah.
that, He jumps to his feet and turns around as you turn up and say that.
Mhm.
You get it. You notice, Thanrea and Taiken notice his nose sniffed the air for a moment before as you approached, and that's what triggered him.
Tiger would just continue walking towards him.
As
Hello there.
he jumps around, turns around, draws a longsword, and you see what looks to be a 17-year-old kid.
Settle
Tiger will just
down,
look at him and be like, "Boy."
boy.
You see David, wearing set of armor, not like that picture, but as he turns to sees you all, his sword is up. He pulls a shield up, says, "If you're here to steal from me, I'd advise you to reconsider. You stand against a knight of the Order of the Blue Moon, and I will not hesitate to cut you down."
We have one
And
of
he's-
those too.
And he stands there.
You are not
I point at
alone.
Scarlet. If you're an Order
Scar-
of the Blue Moon, you should know who they are.
Scarlet
It
Greylock.
stares confused. What? Is this what? Scarlet. You get a look. You get a look at his armor. Guess what? That's your armor.
Scarlet Greylock, and you are wearing my armor.
And he
This
accuses
armor-
us of thieving.
This armor.
Was found
Was-
on a battlefield, wasn't it?
No, I retrieved this armor from the tomb.
Yeah,
He admits
Which-
to grave robbing.
Hey, I didn't take the sword. All right.
You didn't.
How about we sit down and have just a normal conversation, shall we? Let's get caught up from the missing in between Scarlet here and you, right?
Hey, you're not thieves.
No.
The only thief here is you, but you know.
Like we
I
need
did-
your money.
I didn't take anything from anyone that was still alive.
What about the books from the academy?
I'm going to return them when I'm done learning. And he gestures at his notes, and you see he's got the books in front of the campfire, sort of spread out with notes all over them. It's actually impressive, Archie, how much of an effort he's putting into self-directed study.
I
mean, I
admire
don't-
your avid study, sir. I'm sure
Thank
you
I
you,
don't
got
Joe.
one of
wanna-
my books too, right?
I don't want to be fucking nitpicky or pedantic here, but technically you did steal something from somebody who was still alive.
Who's that?
Technically.
That
Well,
that is cement.
Giving back the books doesn't take back that in the first place. You did take the books, so
he says, all I wanted to do was learn what I could, and then I was going to return them. I was
About
going
what?
to, if I could. About what? What do you mean?
What are you trying to learn about?
currently he's trying to learn the Abyssal language, by the looks of it.
Well, yes, I'm trying to learn the language because some of these other books are written in Abyssal and I can't understand it. So I'm trying to learn the language so I can read the other books.
Yeah, I
then I
know.
can
You took two books that were written by Tasha, so
Hmm.
my good friend doesn't really like their stuff being taken.
I swear on my honor that I am going to return them when I have learned what I need to learn.
You could just you want to just ask Tasha.
I'm afraid that's not allowed. He looks away.
Why is that?
Help from outsiders is not appreciated.
Is that a part of your oath? Or is that a part of your condition?
Both. Look, he. By the way, he's still standing, still sword in hand and shield up.
Put those
So you'll-
away.
And
You'll-
can I like
Mhm.
Misty step like next to him and just put my hand on his shoulder, like arm around him type deal?
That's
not
one
not
way to get stabbed.
aggressively, just
Cool.
Mm.
As you appear next to him and put an arm around him, then Rhea, make me a wisdom save.
then right. Wisdom save.
Yes.
Oh,
I would like
Is
to
he
think you're in my
under-
aura.
Is,
Only
is he
three.
under the effect of sanctuary, so you can't touch him?
No.
That would have been
No,
hilarious.
don't.
Imagine.
This is more subtle. Thenrea, as you appear next to him and go to just like put an arm around him to try to show you are friendly, there is a sensation as you get close to him, Thenrea.
Mhm.
The sensation that one feels when they're in front of a raging beast. That flight or fight sensation telling you to flee. Danger. There is a raging beast right there, and you need to flee, but you fight through it.
Somebody's little spicy. Young man, I fought dragons. You're nothing. Calm down.
He looks very confused because and by the way, Scarlet.
I
He
I
was.
was
uh,
and I wasn't
Yep.
really talking to him.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
It's
Scarlet.
funny though.
For Scarlet, as he was standing there with his sword up, you notice a few very obvious problems with his fighting stance as well. He does look to be like the face said, about 17 or so.
Also, while my hands like around him, basically.
Yep. Yep.
I'll like look at the group. I'll look at him, and I'll just like move his arm a little bit and move his shield in maybe a better position.
Yeah, because what are you doing? No.
There we go.
Mm.
Now you want
Okay,
to get kicked in the dick.
Okay. Look, and he sort of shuffles out of your arm and sheath his sword. So
That's better.
Look, I'm sorry for threatening you, and he bows.
Oh, we didn't feel threatened. Don't worry.
It's fine. Would you like to sit
Just-
down and talk about it?
Sure. I'd offer you something to drink, but this is sort of my camp for one.
We have our own. That is fine.
It's fine. We have our own food.
We have our own. You're good.
Do you want some
Just-
dragon meat?
Ooh, we haven't got that out in a while.
It's
What a
literally
fucking
like I
flex.
go to, right?
We have like smoked dragon meat in the bag of colding.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Oh, if it's not too much trouble, sir."
No,
And you know,
but
and you notice as he said that, he says, if it's not too much trouble, sir.
Mhm.
He speaks very politely and formally. Definitely disciplined, if that's
Hey
a word.
Tyken, can you like get us another log?
Yeah. I'll be back in a moment then.
I'm just
there-
imagining Tyson trying to get us another log and just chops down an entire tree.
Tyken, 20 feet away is a big pile of firewood that's been gathered for a period of time. There is a leather tarp over it to shield it from the rain, and inside are a series of pretty chunky logs that you can easily drag over.
I'm not gonna drag over. I'm Tyken. I pick them up with one hand.
Yep, cool, easy.
I got
you-
one in each hand, one in my teeth, and carry it all over.
Yep. Cool. As you carry it over, you all get a sense he's been living in this camp for quite some time. But you all sit down by the fire.
Yeah.
Yep.
You hand him some dragon meat
Yeah.
as he takes it, and he's oh, and he just sort of like devours it.
That was one of Frigidax's children.
You mean the white dragon?
Yes.
Forgive my rudeness, but why would you, if you can slay dragons, why are you here to talk to me?
Let that be a way to put in perspective what is the importance of what you've done.
It's okay. Back to the original point as well.
I suppose then introductions are in.
Tyken's intimidation aside.
He says it's not polite to talk without introductions. I believe. So you're Tyken. Pointing at you, Tyken. So you're Tyken.
I accidentally muted my mic to speak instead of unmuting. He says,
Oh,
yes,
yep.
son.
Okay, and you refer to yourself as Scarlet.
Correct.
And what was your name? And he looks at you, Archie.
I'm Sir Archibald Bartholomew Humphrey II, Master of Empowerment and Ruination. Or Archie for short.
Okay, Archie, if that's all right with you.
Mm-hmm.
And you are, and looks at you, Thenria.
I'm Thanraya. That is Kalaya, as I gesture to Kalaya. And you,
As
sir.
And that's Charlie.
He says, "Oh, your construct has a name."
Mm-hmm. He can talk too.
Charlie bows and says, "It is a pleasure to meet you, young David."
You, sir, have you sir have a condition that I'm very much interested in.
I will point out as well, Thenria, as you introduced Kalaya.
Yeah.
Kalaya, the fur on Kalaya's back is standing on end, and Kalaya is keeping a good 20 feet distance.
Well, that's understandable.
As you say that you have a condition, he says, "I don't know what you mean by condition. But my name is David. David Towerful."
David. Ooh.
And you all remember the Towerfall name, I presume.
Do I?
Mhm.
Yes. The man
That's a
who
big boy.
the man who tunneled through Akantea alone and died to the Godslayer after taking down an army of things in his way was Sir Tamond Towerfall, who wrote about his son David in his journals.
So
You're,
you are the son of Tamond.
your father was quite the individual, that's for sure.
He is. What do you mean was?
Fuck.
That's on you, homie. Anakin, that's on you.
That's
You
on
can
you.
I
do
am
it.
going to go
I-
to the bag of holding and pull out Sir Towelful's armor and sword
Cool.
and place it
as
by
you,
the
Agreed.
campfire.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, there, young man, but your father has passed.
as you put the helmet on the ground, he just stares at it for a second.
However,
No,
it might.
No, it's a trick. It can't be him. No, he must have just taken the armor off and on a mission.
If it
You must have
makes
just
you,
found it.
if he makes you feel any better, the thing that he died to the Godslayer, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. The thing that he fought bravely against was something that is not beatable. It is
Father was
basically a
the
god.
strongest of us.
Unfortunately, gods exist, even though it's not really one, but you get what I mean.
If you wish to have the notes of your father, I can give them to you if you want some light reading.
He looks at you, and there's just tears on his face now.
I'll let you grieve for a bit if you wish.
Scarlet pats his back.
Says, "Please keep the fire going." He picks up his father's father's helmet.
I was about to say, we brought that?
Yeah,
we
no,
have
nothing. He picks up his father's helmet and just
Say hi
silently.
to daddy.
He picks up his father's helmet and just silently walks off into the forest.
So that was my bad. However,
I smacked that around the back of the head.
Yeah.
Ding.
to be fair, it's not like I didn't know that he would have known.
So you would all know from the notes that Sir Tamon left. Sir Tamon left the Order about 10 years ago, when his son was 7.
Hmm.
And wrote about Sir Tamon wrote about how he missed his family. His wife, Diana.
Mhm.
Yeah, my backstory. Give me a second. Good. Is it in there? There it is. Hello. His wife Diana, his oldest son David, and then his daughter, who was younger than David, named Lynette. Diana, David, and Lynette were all with the Order when Tamon left. The fire is there, crackling away, smouldering before you. David did ask just to look after the fire. What do you all do? Sitting around the fire.
Hey, let's organize a little feast for the young man, right?
She's
We're going to be here for a while.
She's gonna plant her banner with the order symbol on it.
Yep.
Next to the camp.
Yep.
I'm going to organize his notes. I'm going to put some stuff in there that he hasn't written down in my own teacher-like handwriting and just
Yep.
like re-up his. I'm literally teaching his notes. I'm just putting
Yeah,
my little marks
yep.
like, no, this should be this. No, this should be that. Oh, this is really good. Blah blah blah, and I give him a rating down the bottom.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yep. Cool. So, Archie, you notice that his research is centered around a particular area. A,
Mhm.
learning Abyssal, because some of the
Uh-huh.
books are written in Abyssal.
Yep.
B, you notice that all the notes he's taken and copied and is learning from, he's skipped entire sections of books on the layers of the Abyss.
Okay.
His research is focused on just one.
Okay.
The Endless Maze, which is run by Baphomet.
Baphomet.
The Endless Maze. How to navigate it. How to navigate it. Its denizens. How to fight its denizens. How to navigate the maze properly.
Why is the Towerful line just loving to go into just like unwinnable situations?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. But yeah, for Archie, his study is entirely around that area. Yeah. Sorry, you said Tyken?
Oh, I was just saying that I remember Cornelius being like, "Praise be to Baphomet." I think getting yelled at.
Yep.
You know, he had an idea. It was a sneaky sneak. It doobie is. But Tyken's a little confused on what to do because he knows what would help him in this situation, but he's not sure how it would help David.
Yep.
Because what would help him is he thinks about, it's fine. The dad went to Kellenvor, and then Kellenvor sent him to Saloon probably, and it's all good. We could take him there to see him now if we really, 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 really wanted to.
I feel like stripping the kid of his armor right now is probably like in bad taste. So I'm pretty unsure what to do.
What do you mean? There's a new set of armor we can give him.
I mean,
David is nowhere
That
near
is
the size.
massive, dude. Like I don't even think it fits Tyken.
oh, it does. That's what I was told.
Does it?
Yep,
Oh.
it'll fit Tyken.
Well, there you go. There's a measurement.
Damn.
For context, David is about the same size and the same height and build as Scarlet.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow, he is
You two can
extremely
just swap.
tiny.
He's a string bean. Look at him.
He's 18.
Yeah,
You should
He's
get
17.
naked for him
He's
and
17.
then swap the armor.
He's even.
I was just about to
younger.
say, I think if he wants to get swole like his dad, he can wear his dad's armor.
Yeah,
He is a Towerfall,
Hmm.
so, and I'm sure it'll resize to his catering. So
You know what? I know what'll make him feel better. As I say that, I get naked and sit by the campfire,
no, oh my god.
and then I just sit with my legs crossed.
You
in
wanna
the
wanna
same
shock
clothes.
the young man? Tenray, put your damn clothes back on.
But I really want to see his reaction.
Oh my god.
but no one
You're gonna
else
shock
wants to
the
see
young
you
man.
like
He's gonna
this.
be hiding behind a tree. You literally just told him his dad's dead, and then you're gonna be naked for him? That's just like a roller coaster of emotions.
Maybe it'll make him forget it for a little bit. I don't
You just want to do it so because you want to become a werewolf.
Then Ray would be like, "Don't be gentle."
No!
on the teeth."
I
That would
have
be
no idea
yes.
what you're possibly talking about as I side eye.
Don't give me that side eye.
She just rolls her
I
eyes.
throw her freaking like cloth underlay of her freaking armor at her.
Okay, I'll put this on
Hmm.
as I
Please put
put
your
it
undergarment on.
around my shoulders.
Oh my fucking god.
um,
I will
Also-
tell a spell at you.
I will. Also, just on a serious note, while we're
Mm.
having a casual conversation around the campfire,
Hmm.
we that kid, whatever is inside him is fucking
Biggie?
like it is gnarly.
Nice.
Yeah, so he is definitely, if his dad is anything to go by, he's definitely got something going on in the gene pool.
Yep. I'm sure we'll find out.
I mean, Kalai is literally shitting himself, so
I can see that. Why are they so far away?
because he's scared of the kid.
True,
And-
I guess.
and like you see, Kalaya has now gotten close to the fire, but Kalaya's head is still pointed directly where David went, like watching. Like, it's weird because Kalaya is like massive, but Kalaya is acting like a scared deer in the headlights sort of situation.
It's fine, Clara. He won't hurt you,
Hey.
probably.
Has Carlisle's head stopped moving?
No, Kalaya's, or sort of, Kalaya's just keeping an eye in that direction.
Oh, just the general direction that he went.
Just general direction, like,
For a
Of,
second
like-
there, I thought I'd be able to track him just because of Carlisle's head movement.
oh, you could track him pretty easily. He walked off in a direction. He made no attempt to hide or anything like that. He just sort of walked off.
hmm
I mean, is he 120 feet away?
It's through some pretty dense forests, so you can't see him.
Fair enough.
But he has walked out of view. But as you hang out around the fire, Archie sorting out the notes, discovering the interesting learning. The rest of you sitting around, begin cooking food and things. An hour goes by. The sun goes down. It's a clear night. David's not back yet.
Scarlet gets up and walks in the direction.
No. Scarlet, come back.
Walks back. What?
He didn't want to be disrupted. We should give him his space.
It's been an hour.
It's been an hour, but I'm sure he can hold his own.
Not the point, but she sits down.
As you all just hang out around the fire.
Yep.
Another 30 minutes pass. No one doing anything, just waiting.
Yep.
The shattered moon is in the sky at this point. The food is cooked and probably a bit old at this point. Before finally you hear the sound of metal clinking as David steps back in.
Welcome back.
You can see there's streaks of tears down his face.
Scarlet.
Does he have the helmet?
Pats the seat next
He
to her.
does. He sits, puts the helmet down, and just stares at the fire for a second.
Is the armor, was the armor magical?
Yep.
Yes,
Yes.
his armor is for Archie. It's intensely magical armor.
Well, it just so happens that we have access to a forge that has an anti-magic. We could offer to reshape it for his size if he
just stares at the
wants.
fire for a second and says, "No, it should go to someone else."
I mean,
Why is
not
that?
not many people will be able to wear it.
Someone in the order could.
But what are you gonna wear?
I'm going to earn my own one day.
Fair enough.
I believe that.
He looks at you, Scarlet.
She looks back.
How did he die? How exactly?
She retails the tale of how he died because I
Yep.
don't remember.
Archie showed you the security footage of how it happened.
Yeah, that.
So basically, he went in and he fought the Godslayer and actually survived for several minutes by himself, and even inflicted a few damaging blows on it before he went down. David listens intently and says, "Okay, I'll need to tell the Order so they can remember him."
She nods.
And he still looks a bit shaken up by it, but he seems to be doing his best. He says, "You said this is your armor, yes?
That is correct.
But that would make you the Scarlet Greylock."
That is me.
"How did you come back?"
Ah, that is the question as I swing my legs around nakedly.
By the way, he's making a concerted effort to not look at you.
Well, long story short, we were brought back and we were needed. Unfortunately, we were brought back a little late, so
I see. Well, it wasn't my intention to steal from anyone living. It was
I
my
believe
understanding
you.
that a very long time had passed, and if somehow you were to come back, it would be way before it. And I did intend to return this armor too once I'd earned my own. I'm no thief.
I would like to say your
I-
actions contradict what you're saying.
I believe
Second.
him.
We can believe him all he wants, but you know, if I stole a loaf of bread, ate it, and then baked one and gave it back, it doesn't change the fact that I stole a loaf of bread, does it?
There's no look. He says, look,
However,
we have
I would
to
have done
make
the same
do.
thing.
We
I
have to make.
understand.
Hmm.
I'm just saying that you have done technically something wrong. You know it was wrong, but I don't blame you for doing it.
You know,
However, we are in need of the armor back. That is why I offered to get this armor reshaped for you. However, we can't exactly have you wandering around defenseless. So, what are we gonna do?
well, perhaps I should explain what I'm doing here. Would that help?
It'd be certainly give us some enlightenment on what's the situation that's going on.
Okay.
Before he starts, does Scarlet know how these armors are made?
You know how they were made before? The way they were done before, Scarlet, was you'd enter the order and you'd prove yourself via training and via some sort of feat of doing something impressive. And upon doing that feat to do something impressive, you are then recognized by the order. You then take your oaths for the order, and Scarlet remembers her oaths very well.
Yes.
Once you've taken your oaths and you are officially a knight of the Order of the Blue Moon, your armor is then made for you. Archie was one of the people that they'd go to outsourcing that enchanting process.
Mm-hmm.
One of many, but that's generally the process. So you get a sense, Scarlet, that once they've done something, some feat, noteworthy, then they get their armor.
Got it.
The general idea for out of game idea is like, if you need the armor to survive, then you don't deserve it.
That's fucking harsh, but I get it.
Yes. But yeah, that's sort of the idea.
Fair.
But yeah, David says, so, well, I can explain my situation to you all if that helps.
Please do.
Says, well, I was dispatched from the order 2 years ago when I was 15. On the task we were all given at that age to head out and do something, find something, bring something back to the order that's noteworthy in order to earn our armors. I'm not as strong as my father, I know that. So I thought I would.
So sure.
So I'm not. I'm not.
Not right
Even
now,
so.
but you certainly have the potential. I tell you fucking what.
Thank you, I guess.
Let him finish.
But
It's always possible. I became stronger than my father.
I
found
literally
out-
squint at Tycan and I'm like, dude, you are an outlier. Don't even.
Let him finish.
David continues his story and says, "So I couldn't prove myself in the same way as my father. My father, when he went out on his quest, was he killed a young dragon, brought back its head, and remember what David said. When they're sent out, they're 15. So when his father was 15, he killed a young dragon.
Yeah.
David says, but I'm not as strong as my father, and I know that. But I feel like I've learned. I feel like I've inherited my mother's mind. So I thought I'd learn. And the Order's currently fighting demons from the abyss, from a portal. So I thought I'd research ways to stop it, to close it. That's why I've been researching this. And he gestures at the notes, and you can see all the notes revolving around Baphomet and the Endless Maze.
Hmm. Let's see.
I was hoping that if I could learn about that layer of the abyss and help the Order close the portal, that would be a good thing to bring back to earn my armor. And once it's done, once I have my armor, I was going to return this armor back to where it belonged. But now I'd return it to you, I guess, and looks at you, Scarlet.
She nods and thinks real quick. The thing you need to bring back, did it have to be anything specific? Just something uncommon or rare?
Something that will help the Order in future.
You can just lead me to them.
I mean, that's fucking that. Yeah, no, that's a good idea actually. That is.
I am the
10
last
out
of
of
the
10.
Greylocks.
Well, you're the Scarlet Greylock, yes? Like,
Yes.
the Scarlet, the one who fought in the Battle of Waterdeep.
Yes, the one who died 200 years ago and has resurrected.
He turns to you and stares at you, and you see that he's shifted his focus off his dead father. And he's focusing entirely on you, and he says, "What was it like in the Battle of Waterdeep?"
I open my book knowing that this is going to take a while.
She
I
tells
sit
him
next
the
to Archie
story.
and start reading his book.
Yep.
she tells him the story.
I lay
Oh.
down and go to sleep for the night.
I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to take a nap right here.
No.
As you begin to tell the story, Scarlet, how do you tell it? Do you make it sound noble, or do you tell the truth?
Oh, she tells the truth.
So you tell the truth. As you guys hear the muttering of Scarlet and David talking, as Scarlet, you describe wading through knee-deep mud made not from rain but from blood. Fire in the sky, the walking statues of Waterdeep being crumbled by dragons. 7 days of hell is how you describe it,
Mm-hmm.
because that's basically what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you notice something about David. A fire in his eyes that, while he's not as big as his father, there's that fire. That fire for greatness. The determination. And as you finish the story, describing how awful it was, David looks at you straight on and says, "I wish I could have been there."
It was 200 years ago. But hey, the war is still technically going on to this day.
If I were there, I would have fought without hesitation.
I believe you. I will.
You have no doubt, Scarlet. If he was there, he would have died.
Yes.
Pretty sure he also knows that, but I don't think he cares.
Yeah, it's like, that's what you gotta do. David then, with that story finished, he says, "And the rest of you were brought back as well?"
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same place.
You said your name is Sir Archibald Archie.
Yes.
He just gives up. Like,
Sir Archie, I'm not even going to try.
he says, I saw books with your name on it in the library.
Yes.
You're a mage of some sort? A
Yes.
sorcerer of some sort?
Wizard.
Wait, you're the Archie, the one that blew up Neverwinter.
Yes, he is the
Bingo.
wizard.
Yes.
I like how he tried to say out the whole name again.
I love how it's like 5 times of yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Oh,
Could
yes.
Could you help with this? And he points at the notes.
You should look at the notes.
No, I mean, thank you for organizing them, but I mean, not the notes,
Look,
but
look.
not the notes, but the portal. Could you close a portal to the abyss?
She
Can
looks
I
at
close the
Archie.
portal to the abyss?
You've done
mean,
it before.
I'm pretty sure
Yes.
between both of us we could close it. I've got the
He's-
divine sparks. If needed.
Yes.
She looks back to David.
I say to
Is-
David, yes.
Would you come with us to the order as well?
Sure. Why not?
I
I
mean,
mean, we kind of move
mean-
as a group, so
oh, well, that's wonderful because, well, bringing back Scarlet alone to the order would be an amazing gift to the order. But not that I'm giving you away. He says here.
Don't worry, I know.
Well, the
Um,
thing
we
is,
would
we're
give her away,
bringing
right, guys?
your father's armor back too. To be fair.
and you said he nods and says, and you are Tycan.
Yes.
I've heard your name somewhere. I don't know where. I'm sorry. I focused my research
More than
on
likely around Luskin.
Wait, you took the White Dragon's Eye.
Yes, I missed.
what a good aim, this guy.
Wow.
He tries
and
his hardest.
I was going for its neck.
he says, and Thanraya, I don't remember anything about you. I'm sorry.
That's probably for the best.
Ooh.
I'm being honest.
This,
Ow!
this is,
Fenrir covers up now, I bet.
he says, so, what did you do before, if you don't mind me asking?
I did a lot of things. I killed a demigod. No biggie.
Okay. Why haven't I heard of you before?
Because
Because he died a really great death. I am very sarcastic as I say that.
because the shit that I did generally
not of
people
this
didn't know
plane.
about. All right.
It wasn't on this plane, so it makes sense you didn't hear about it. He gives Fenrir a wink.
Wink. Back these people, all famous and shit. I'm always left for last.
That's what you
Yeah,
get for
that's
doing
what's
things
quite
in the
shocking.
shadows.
There's you.
You wouldn't
and you.
believe what happened in
Well,
this
what happened?
next
Tell-
image.
Please. What happened? He says.
I smoked it against Fenrir.
And this is what I have to. This is what I have to live with, kid.
He says no. I'm genuinely interested. If the 4 of you are brought back, presumably you did something as well or were noticeable.
Is killing
Fenrir-
fucking a demigod not noticeable?
Fenrir.
No, but I mean, like,
Fenrir was one that lurked in the shadows and did a lot of things with a lot of other people not knowing.
Okay,
Is
listen
why I
to
ever
me.
heard of it.
Have you heard of the Order of the Burning Dawn?
his eyes narrow.
Yes,
you
I knew
say
you were
that.
going to do that. Calm down. They weren't
Are you-
always the pieces of shit that they were. All right, because that's how I died.
Wait, so they betrayed you?
Yes. And
Oh.
what's his name? Ashtathindar was the one that actually killed me. You'd be surprised at how hot Dragonflame is.
I see. Then keep that quiet until we get there and talk to the commander.
I honestly, I
mean-
generally don't spread the news.
That's good.
I'm just
Uh,
telling you because you asked.
Well, that's good. I mean, it shouldn't be a massive issue because, well, the Order of the Burning Dawn doesn't exist anymore now.
Okay.
Oh no, it
Sure.
doesn't. It doesn't. Over the last century or so, the Order's had many targets, and the Order of the Burning Dawn were wiped out to extinction by us.
I don't want to rain on your parade, but the guy that was directly involved in my death is still around. So
The dragon, you mean?
no, not the dragon.
The traitor.
Well, they're all traitors, but the one that specifically was the one that gave me the.
Oh, well, tell that to the Order. I mean,
I don't mind. I'll do that.
I mean, we'll be happy to help finish the job. I mean, that was why we. I mean, the fact that
I
the
prefer
fact
it if that one was left for me, to be honest.
well, we can the Order has means of tracking. We have some
I
of
bet they do.
we have some of the best hunters on the Sword Coast entirely. So yes, we could certainly do that.
Yeah, here they
Right.
have good noses.
Mm,
We do.
I believe that.
Talking
that's
about
the
noses, how do I get that?
I'm not sure. You want this? You want this?
Are we talking about the same thing? I mean, I know I'm naked, but I'm not after you, kid.
You notice though, no, when he talks to you, he's intentionally looking past you or looking at things not you.
That's fair.
He's genuinely trying to be polite. You get a sense.
You know what? Hold on, give me a second. As I'll literally at least put on like a nightgown thing. I'll be like, okay, alright.
Okay. Yep. Yes, thank you. I don't want to be rude.
Well, averting
talk-
your eyes to one such as me is a bit rude, don't you think? Look at this.
No, I want to show respect, and
Good on you,
Fair
David.
enough.
Good on you.
And Raya has a very high opinion of herself. When she doesn't get attention, she gets kind of rowdy.
This is also true. It's a personality flaw. I'm not gonna lie.
he said,
Damn floor,
David says, okay, so you want. I presume you're talking about this, and he sort of closes his eyes and focuses. And as he does, his nose extends a little bit, and fur begins to grow on his skin before he stops and it retracts.
Yes, that. The lycanthropy.
Well, that's one of the trials that we go through when we are training in the Order.
Do you have to be in the order to get it?
Everyone who's taken it has been in the Order. I mean, it's not my
Alex,
place.
you've got a good word for me, bud.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not my place to just give it to people. We're specifically told not to bite people.
Can't you accidentally give me a nibble?
Stop asking him.
This is I really shouldn't. It's not my
Okay.
place. It's not my place to do that.
That's fine. I'll ask somebody
I mean,
who
but-
can do it without getting in trouble.
by all means, if you come with me back to the Order, we can speak to the commander, and she can make a decision on that front.
Ooh,
Gee.
nice.
But it is an ordeal. It's not easy.
Kid, we've been dead for 200 years.
Being dead is not easy.
Yeah, my mind's never going to be the same. I've had to deal with these for the last like half a year, and man, death was a blessing.
She fought a war basically by herself. This dude erupted.
Hey,
I melted to ash, and this dude fucking blew up a chunk of the world. So
Oh no, I don't mean by how strong you are. How
no,
strong
I'm just
you are
saying there's
is
harder things.
very. Oh no, I'm not saying what you did is easy, but this is a challenge of the mind. It's look. When we are 12 years old, we take on the trial. We are allow ourselves to be bitten by one of the order, and we face the beast and bargain with it, reason with it. My father beat it into submission. But everyone is different, and only a third of us survive it.
What did you do to beat it?
It saw something in me.
Oh,
Yeah, fucking hoorah! It was
It saw something in me. It said that I was weak, but then it looked closer, and it saw where I came from,
Lineage
and it
can do that to someone.
respected me for it. I think.
wow.
It, I
And
don't
I'm
know what
guessing you can't speak of it because it would be bad.
the details. Yes, the journey of the beast is for each of us to take alone. But
Right.
if we fall to it, it comes to our closest family or friends to put us down so we don't go rampant.
Hmm.
That's what happened to my sister. And he looks at the ground at his feet.
Just pats his back.
There's- It's not my place to give you this burden. But the commander can make the decision. Just know that survival is not a guarantee.
I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. We are also trying to fight against a god.
I find it more interesting that you guys are supposed to be taking the trial at such a young age.
There's
Part
that was a decision made long before my time.
But after mine,
part of me feels like that probably has to do with the benefits, because you get, say, a young man or a young woman who has these abilities, probably arguably far stronger than somebody who doesn't have them at their age, so they probably used it as a bandage, I guess.
age seems to
Yes.
also be a thing, though. So
David
Probably
says
has to
sort
do
of.
with development.
David says sort of. It's kind of a balance that we found between being older. So if you're older and you take on the trial of the beast, well, while you take on the trial in your mind, you see the beast has your body. You go rabid. You attack everyone around you. We lock the people who that take the trial into a small room, so they can't hurt anyone. Just the older the person is, the stronger they are, and during that time, the beast amplifies their strength several times over. If one was too old, they become too powerful and hard to put down. If one was too young, then they wouldn't be mature enough to get through the trial. We're trained to meditate, to strengthen our minds, so when we take on the trial, we're ready. And at 12 years old is when we are ready with our minds, but not entirely matured with our bodies. So if we did lose ourselves, it'll be easier to put us down.
Well, Tarkin, I think I'm gonna need your help, man.
And so I shall.
David says, but my sister couldn't make it through the trial. I had to be the one to do it.
I'm sorry to hear.
That
Thank you.
had to be a very horrid experience, and I'm sorry to hear about that.
But it's my duty.
She nods.
It's my duty. We have to victory at any cost, he says.
I understand that.
Is that some of the fuck, I forgot what it's called.
Oaths?
Oaths. Is that one of the O's?
He says, yes, it is. Yes.
Could you name off the oaths of the current Blue Moon?
Yes. Let me find. Sorry, my notes are in absolute shambles.
Yeah, I noticed it earlier, but the oaths are entirely different.
Yes. So the oaths, he says, well, yes. He says the oaths are: in the name of courage, you are to act without fear. In the name of honesty, you are to keep your word. In the name of compassion, you are to protect the innocent. In the name of honor, you are to be an example to others. In the name of duty, you are to serve all the realms. In the name of the order, you are to win at any cost.
That last one was added.
That last one was new. That last one wasn't in the oath you took, Scarlet. It was a sort of an underlying thing to win. You have to win. Victory is required. But it seems that after you fell, Scarlet, and the order has changed since, that one's been added in after the fact.
I see. So they added that one.
He says, yes, I believe it was after the Battle of Waterdeep. All I know is from the history books, and that was that the council forbade forbid the entire order from taking the fight to the dragons. So we left.
That may be changing soon.
You want the? What do you mean? Do you mean you want the order to come back to Waterdeep?
Well, we might be revoking fighting the dragons, which means
He wouldn't be at odds with Waterdeep at that point. You'd be on the same side.
He says, I believe so. There are those in the order that are really rusted on. There are some in the order who would want to outcast me for simply setting foot in the city. Not all. Like some would accept that we do need to branch out, but well, all this time does change perspective on things.
I've seen. Is there anything else you would like to know?
Not really, no. You've all answered my questions pretty forthrightly, and if you have anything you want to ask of me, please feel free to do so. You know my oath. He gestures at you, Scarlet. So you know I'm not allowed to lie.
Correct. I do have a question, and I assume that the answer will be yes, but she points to the banner that is in the ground at the moment with the flag waving with the symbol on it.
Yep.
Is the symbol the same?
It is, yes.
That's good.
We do have banners like that back at the Order's War Camp. Like similar design and things. I presume that one's enchanted as well?
It is. It's been very helpful on our missions.
I see. Well, the order's set up to the south. Are you on the map screen, by the way?
Yes.
Ah, cool. David says the order's set up to the south. In the courtyard area of Dragonspear Castle.
So you guys.
That's where the
Go ahead.
that's where the portal to the abyss is. It's within the castle.
So you guys have set up at the castle.
We have, yes. So it was before my time. It was about 20 or so years ago when the order arrived there. The goal was to get dragon slaying weapons. From the forge beneath there. But when we got there, we discovered that the way to the forge was blocked by a portal black as night.
Go ahead.
So he says, and the area around the castle was teeming with demons, minotaurs, gnolls, other bloodthirsty things. More kept pouring out from the portal, so we devoted all efforts to stopping it. We hunted every demon and wiped them all out, and then pushed them all back to the castle, and pushed them in, and set up a defensive perimeter at near the portal, and have held ever since.
How long of a trip would that be, Bennett?
David says, well, as you asked how long it will be, David says, it's about a 10 to 15 day journey on foot, but if there was a cart, it would be about 6 days.
She looks over to Archie. Hey, Archie.
Hello. It's me.
Were you listening?
Not necessarily. I was kind of busy. I was distracted by this book. It was very interesting. What's up?
There's a forge at the castle.
Yes.
Demon Gate and whatnot, and that's where we're going.
Well, it's the Dragon Slayer Forge. That's why we're going there. If there's Demon Gate, well, that just seems like a bit of extra fun for our paladin here.
David speaks up and says, I'm sorry if you were not listening with the book. I understand. But the portal is in front of the forge. Like, we cannot get to the forge because the portal's in the way.
Well, then we have to get rid of the portal, don't we? It seems like it's simple. If we get rid of one thing, we get to the thing that we need.
David says that. So we tried to dispel it from the outside, and that didn't work. It is my theory, based on the notes, and he gestures again at his notes. It's my theory that the portal's being held open from the other side.
Well, we might have to go to the other side.
The Order did send a few units of warriors through the portal when I was just young, but none of them returned.
Tyken will say, perhaps I should try and stab it with divine fury.
I feel like we're gonna have to go in ourselves.
Well, when it comes to it, I'm going to do some research about portals. Thinking with portals.
You probably have time. Apparently, there's 15 days to get there unless we get a cart.
Portals for dummies.
David says, "Oh, that's the other thing I was going to ask you actually. Do you know how to fix carts?"
Tyken does.
Yes, I can in a pinch.
Can you look at this as David gets a torch and moves over towards the corner of the camp, and you can see there's a pile of leaves and just trees and other things. David moves some of these leaves away, revealing a cart.
How did you break it?
And he points, and you can see one of the metal axles on the front two wheels snaps entirely.
Did you like hit a
Hmm.
bump or something? Run over a wolf?
Sort of. He says, sort of. There were some bandits. It was a whole thing.
One of them got stuck in your wheels, didn't they?
Sort of. I had to flee. They had silvered weapons.
Mm.
The downside of
Yes, I can fix this. It'll be a rough patch job that might have to be done a couple times on the trips I have proper equipment.
David says there's also the matter of moving the cart. I've been camped here for about 2 years.
Tyken's gonna pick up the cart.
It's a big cart.
Tyken's
like a
gonna pick up
fo-
the cart.
Make me an athletics check.
I'll help him out with advantage.
Tyken, you easily pick up the cart. You're pretty sure dragging it would be no better than walking.
Mhm.
And it'll be a hell of a workout, but you could drag it.
So
And David just stares at you as you do that, and David says, I've never seen anyone do that before, like, except for my father.
I think him and I would have gotten along. And he's gonna just like essentially holding the cart up to move it so he can get a better position to repair it.
Yep. Easy enough to do. You
I
move
believe
it.
that, Tyken.
David says, I had to let the horses go because of this once I got here. My plan was to buy some horses and buy a new cart or buy repairs when I was done, but
It's fine. I have a friend. And Tyken will do the thing where you put your fingers in the mouse and give a loud whistle, and he'll summon Silver.
okay. Suddenly, Silver just appears. David's eyes go wide as he sees that. He says, I know that ability. I've seen it done.
I was about
Yes,
to say,
this
if
is
you
my
knew how to
companion.
do it yourself, that'd have been really cool.
Oh, not me, but some of the Order can.
Hmm.
I'd love to meet them.
He says, we're not all warriors like my father.
Do some of you worship?
Yes, there are 3 main temples within the Order.
I'd be interested, and so would Tyken, to know which ones.
He says, well, there's Selune, the goddess of the moon. He
Mhm.
gestures up at the sky. There's the Raven Queen, the goddess of death. And there's Helm, the protector.
I figured as much.
That does make me happy to hear.
He says they all have their own purposes. The purpose of the Helm portion is to keep the warriors protected. The purpose of Selune is to watch over us and make sure that the beast doesn't take control. And the purpose of the Raven Queen is to, well, look after the dead.
I was half expecting one temple to be Selune and the other one to be Shar, and they're like subscribers to the Dark Moon Heresy.
David says there's other parts as well, aside from the warriors and the temples. there's also, he looks at you, Archie, knowing about all of what you know. David says, there's also, well, no army is complete without magic. We have
Very true.
a handful of mages among them.
I can teach them a few tricks.
The order has really evolved since I've been gone.
Well, just swinging a sword won't cut it. You need to
I see what you
move
did there.
beyond. Yeah. Just swinging a sword isn't enough. We need to, in order to fight on our own, we had to evolve. And there are those of us that go between these things. My mother was like that. She learned to fight and use magic alongside it. She wasn't as strong as my father, but she could. She was a fearsome warrior when it comes to magic and swordplay.
Very nice.
And I will point out, Scarlet,
Mm,
you absolutely heard the word "was."
yeah. She's not gonna pry.
Yep.
She understands. He's already been through enough. He literally already just talked about his sister death.
Yep.
And his dad's dead. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't just completed the collection at this point.
And he's dead inside.
Wait, he did complete the collection.
Yeah, he fucking
Man, one more and I
sister,
get a
mother,
bingo.
and father all dead.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the warrior life is like, though. You get Ava siblings too, and they're dead. Like,
I
your
did.
dad's dead, your mother's dead. Like, at least you had a
mother's still
family.
alive.
Oh, if
Wait, I'm the only one here with a living direct relative. Huh.
Archie didn't have a family because he was so self-centered.
I got, because technically, his wife and his kid are dead, but his mom's alive.
there we go. There's David token. Boop.
Fuck.
Let's go.
Aha,
You.
my
Again.
parent is alive somehow. I don't know who they are, but
D&D Extremely Hard Edition, playing a rogue with a live family.
Oh.
Oh dear.
D&D hardcore.
But yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Hmm.
Is his hair actually brown?
Yes.
She asked about that. Why is your hair brown? Still.
He says, "What do you mean still?"
She gestures to her own hair. Normally when you enter the order, your hair changes to white.
He says, "Oh, I think I know about this. Yes.
That's why mine is like partially pink.
He says so. He says so. We take our oaths after we complete the trial of the beast. And the trial of the beast changes the hair to brown.
I see.
I hope you like having brown hair, Thenra.
There are those. There are those. He interrupts that and says, there are some in the order who like to, not all have the same colored hair, so they do make hair dyes and things in the order.
Well, I think I'll be fine. Even if it changes, brunette's not too bad.
Yeah. My hair used to be red. Who'd have thunk?
David says, but yeah. So once you take on the beast, you do get some of its attributes.
I assumed. But good to know. I don't have to expect white hair everywhere and then be questioning things.
No, although It's still hard to believe that it's really you, says Scarlet.
It's been 200 years. It is hard to believe I'm here.
I'm surprised he hasn't hit her with the "I thought you'd be taller" line.
He wouldn't say that because he's wearing her armor.
And also, he's respectful.
I'm just making a joke.
Unlike her party.
I know.
Yeah, he's respectful, unlike her party.
David says, so I presume, how long do you think that will take? He says to you, Tyken.
I can have this fixed in 3 or 4 hours. The hard part's just going to be heating up a little piece of metal with a campfire. That's what's going to take the longest.
He steps forward and says, may I be of assistance?
Oh, but of course.
I have the ability to heat metal.
All right, then you can assist me with some tack welds and some solid welds. I'll get the flux.
I can. As Charlie moves over to help.
He turns over and says, "An hour."
David says, okay.
I get my all my magical smithing supplies with my magic hammer and my magic stuff.
By the way, David.
Hmm.
I have come up with 2 different options right now.
Oh?
Option 1, you can hold on to the armor until you get there and you get your own. Or 2, you can borrow the set that I'm wearing. She just taps her current armor.
You were the leader of the Order 200 years ago, so it's up to you. Do you want this back? I mean, I don't want to be a thief, so if you simply say you want it back now, I will give you it back.
I wouldn't mind it, as long as you are good with this armor.
Just to be honest, the armor is more as a boost. I'll show you. And he grabs a pointed stick on the ground and just stabs himself in the neck with it. And then he pulls it out and it instantly heals. So the armor is really to help against more magical weapons anyway.
I see.
Or silvered ones. I see you want it back. He runs into his tent and pulls it closed.
She's actually gonna go. She's gonna go off and unlatch the armor she's wearing.
Yep.
Make
it
sure
takes
she's covered as well.
Yep. As you take the armor off, it takes a bit because the armor's not meant to be taken off.
Yeah, I know. But she's not gonna leave him bare.
Oh no. As a bit of time passes before David emerges, wearing just simple leather undergarments, essentially.
Yep.
And you swap the armor?
Yep.
David bows his head and says, I am sorry for taking it from your tomb.
It is fine.
And with that, you swap armors.
Yep. I believe hers is Netherese combat.
Yes.
Yeah. So +1 half-blade, no disadvantage to stealth. With defensive and offensive modes.
Netherese combat armor. There it is.
Yeah.
I'll move it out of there.
Cool. Mithril.
Cool. David has that. I'll just make a note.
And then she gets her armor. And
Ooh.
she like taps his shoulder. It's like the armor is pretty good. I think you'll like it until you can get your own armor.
Thank you. I would like to my own set at some point, but
I believe you'll get your own. Hell, they might even think about getting you one as soon as we get there.
oh, that would be good.
I
he
mean, you're
smiles
bringing me
as
back after all.
Mm,
I've been gone
yes.
for 200 years.
As I'm putting this in your folder. Here is Scarlet's half plate of the full moon. Oh, sorry, of the blue moon. A set of well-crafted mithril half plate with ornate embossed carvings depicting the various stages of the moon. +2 half plate. It's mithril. Add 1 point of dexterity on that. Once a day, without concentration, spirit guardians.
Oh Jesus.
That appears as blue moonlight around you. And the other one is your 1 a day bless spell is now a free action.
Love it.
Also, when it says allowing to add 1 extra point, does that mean
so
+4?
+3. So usually medium armor can add 2d dexterity maximum.
Medium armor master.
Okay, that's +4.
There you go.
Oh, don't you love medium armor nice and now, Sol? Yeah, I bet you do.
I always loved medium armor master. What are you fucking talking about?
I was the one that told you to get it when we started.
Did you? I forgot.
Yes.
But
Well, I don't know whether I should get this or this. And I was like, get medium armor master, you dummy.
well, I've always I think medium armor is still my favorite armor in the game, even though like the other ones are technically better.
Again, I love how the fact we're just getting the menagerie of AoEs around us that don't hurt us.
Yep.
Well,
Make your choice. Do you want to go through Scarlet or Taiken?
I am Nagasaki.
I'd like to know
my God.
that now that I have my max dex to the armor is +4, my next ASI is going to get the dex.
Yep.
Oh.
Alright.
But yeah, your bless is now free.
All right,
It's still 1 a day, but it's free.
yeah, it's free.
And Spirit Guardians, and it's amazing. Scarlet would remember that you before picked the spell that would be the plus, that would be the 1 a day without concentration. And that's the one Scarlet picked before.
Spirit Guardians?
Yes.
Fits.
David explains as you're putting the armor on and he's putting the armor on. David explains that once someone returns from their trial, they are given a choice of what spell to put on it. The warriors like haste. The more defensive people like defensive spells. Shield of Faith is a good one people put on there. Things like that. David does tell you as well as the armor's being put on, Scarlet. His mother's spell on her armor was Fire Shield.
Huh.
And that she enchanted that herself.
Whew. What about you?
I don't know what I'm going to pick. I have ideas. But honestly, I didn't think I'd be going back this early, so...
Well,
David says, well, I presume if you're going to be done in an hour, looking at Tyken.
50 minutes now.
Tyken, David says, "Oh yes. Did you want to head back as soon as possible?"
Matters not to me.
Looks at the rest of you.
Huh?
Drugs.
Did you all want to head back to start heading towards the Blue Moon War Camp tonight, or?
I'm fine with moving tonight.
Fine with moving tonight.
Good move.
Dave says, "Okay, I can't see in the dark, but I can smell. So
I can.
you can."
Yes.
Don't worry.
He looks at you.
I'm child of a celestial.
Oh, I've heard of your kind.
So am I. I can see further than he can.
He says, "Oh,
I have a magical item that allows me to use a torch without anyone seeing that torch.
oh, that's useful."
I would like to ask a question about out of character, and that's
Yeah.
the fact of can we call it here before
Wrap
we
it up.
travel?
Yeah, absolutely. That was the plan.
I mean, I was about to say, both you and Matt sound like you're dying.
Yeah, I've got something stuck in my throat. It's fine. I had some chips, and now, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, you both sound like you're dying. So it's probably a good idea.
Only mildly. It's fine.
Only slightly, yeah.
I still have Misty Step, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's right. That comes from the Fae ancestry.
From the oath. From the oath thing.
Yeah, the oath. The Fae ancestry flavored as the oath.
Yeah. But with that, Tykan, you finish the repairs in short order. Easy enough to do. Silver is plenty capable of dragging the cart.
And
The
with
cart
a hearty hi-ho Silver, away we go.
Yep. The cart is not covered, but that's fine. David spends the remainder of the time packing up the camp.
Nerdy Sakura, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're about to end it soon, though.
David packs up the camp. He's home for the last 2 years, all packed up. David says, "Oh, these books need to be returned."
Yes.
I was just kind of pointing at Archie, like that's his domain.
You're the fastest one, Archie.
Fastest one?
Yeah.
For what?
Getting the
What
book
do you mean?
back.
I mean, you do know her.
Do you have spells?
You want me to take the books back now?
Oh,
It's up to you.
David says, "I just don't want to steal them. I legitimately wanted to return them."
I can take
We
the
have-
books back literally after I rest. If you want me to.
You have the means to travel, but to
Yes.
wait, you're the Archie. You can teleport.
Yes.
Well, let's go to the order, and then from there,
I need to rest before I can go. I need to rest before I can go. So we get to the order, and then I rest, and then I go.
okay.
Yes.
I think the order has a circle.
Good.
That's
I
even
don't
more
know it.
convenient.
I don't know it. I'm sorry.
It's fine. We go to the order, and then we go. I see the circle, and then I just go back to Waterdeep, and then I do the thing.
Okay. Well, let's go. At this point, you're all loaded in the wagon. The camp's back up. The fire's extinguished. The remainder of the meat that was on that spit over the fire has been packed up by David, wrapped up into little bite-sized portions. Kid knows how to travel.
Mhm.
And with that, you depart. You depart from here and proceed to leave, as it is about 8 or 9 p.m.
Yeah, we gotta get from here to here.
Only 300 meters.
If only.
And no, the Sword Coast is actually really small.
It's super small.
It's just-
We get there in 5 minutes.
But with that, you all are on the cart and begin to roll with David by your side. Hello, David.
Mhm.
There he is. Hello.
Oh, little David.
And that's where I'll call it there. Thanks all for play.
Thank you for DM.
Thank
Also,
you.
DM, before I go, I have something that I'm going to send you in your DMs as a little thing. Have fun and show no mercy to us.
Oh my god.
Wow, no,
That
show
sounds just like
mercy.
you.
Jesus Christ.
No deal.
This is one of the coolest things I've ever seen, and I thought you'd appreciate it.
I'll watch it eventually. Hey.
Yeah.
I'll watch it before next season.
Nerdy Sakura. Third campaign? Like you're in 3 different campaigns and you're working on getting into your third? Also, thank you. I do like Scarlet's art as well. But
Also, thank you for stopping by.
yeah.
Thank you for play.
Thank you for play.
Thank you for DM.
Thank you for play.
Thank you.
Hey. Yeah. So next session you'll be riding south with David.
Yes, sir.
I'll hopefully talk to you guys next week.
Yeah.
Depending.
I should be able to, but
Woo.
I do have things I have got to
I
do,
should-
so I won't.
Who
don't know.
knows?
Who knows? Who knows?
Damn,
Archie knows.
Sakura.
Well, it's going to be early next week either way, but if it's like cut into time, just remember we're going to have a really short session if time is cut.
Yep.
So
Hmm.
Yeah. Let me check. I don't know if I work next Sunday.
You all have a good night and afternoon.
You too.
I
You
do have to skedaddle.
I'm going to skedaddle, skedoodle
See
too. Thanks for
ya.
DM. Thank you for game.
Thank you for play. See you, bye, Dinks.
Bye.
So, just to double check before I go.
Yep.
Next Monday we're starting at 9. Well, it says 9 on mine, I think.
I
Or
set
is that
my thing
10:30?
to 9:30 my
9:30?
time.
Okay.
To 9:30 my time. Roll20 will translate to your time.
I mean, it says Monday, February 20, 9 a.m.
Okay, so it's
I
you're
mean,
30 minutes before me. Is that right?
uh,
What time is it there now? Is it 4:30 there now?
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, you're 30. Yeah, you're 30 minutes before me.
Okay, so 9 a.m. for me. Okay, cool.
Yep.
No worries.
But that'll
All right.
give us a solid 4 hours before Dinks needs to go anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
No problems at all.
But yeah,
Alright.
I should be able to join the stream on time Sunday.
Yay! Yay!
Righty.
Game next week. Game next week.
Talk-
Woo!
Talk to you
Yeah.
next week.
See ya.
Cool. See you. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah.
Oh,
If,
I hope you enjoyed David's soul.
Yeah, he's nice. He's nice.
Yeah, he's a good kid. He's a
Good kid.
good kid. He can transform him into a werewolf.
They all can.
But notice that they don't do it just whenever they want. Like it's actually like a thing.
Yeah, something they control.
It's something they control, but also he referred to it as a burden.
Yeah, they don't use it all the time.
And David would have mentioned at some point through your conversation that it is trying to control him all the time.
Hmm.
It is actually an act. It's not like it's just you have it. It's like it's an active suppressing it at all times.
Yeah. Kind of sucks.
But he's immune to the magical.
But yeah, Sakura. Her hair in the picture is like a little bit pink because back in the day, doing the orders, like getting her into the order and making the oath, made your hair white. But since her hair was red, that's why her name is Scarlet. It only mostly changed the hair color. Also, funny thing about this campaign, none of us knew our backstories.
Yep. I'll be back in a sec, Sol.
No problem.
You continue doing your thing. I'll just mute myself. Boop.
No, basically we made our characters, I think we made level 3s. So we made like a general thing at the start. But Matt told us, don't worry about backstories. Like, basically at all. So what happened was, we woke up from a 200-year-long death without any of our memories or our names. The only thing that we had to go on was our titles that were above our sarcophaguses. We had the fighter, the wanderer, the huntress, and the scholar. And then eventually we made up names for ourselves until we could learn our actual names. We found out we find out more information as we go through and do different things with our characters. And then we go to our death spot and we learn how we died and we got an ability.
I'm back.
Nice, Sakura. Rogue Arcane Trickster.
Were you explaining the campaign?
I was explaining like the very beginning of it.
Yep. Can I explain the very beginning, the whole premise?
Go for it.
So the idea of the campaign is, if you know about the pre-made adventure Rise of Tiamat and all the preceding ones, if they know about that, is the first question. In essence, the whole premise of the pre-made adventure Rise of Tiamat and all the ones that lead up to it are Tiamat tries to take over the Sword Coast.
They've never played a module.
Oh, so the simple explanation is Tiamat. The whole thing is Tiamat trying to take over the Sword Coast, and it culminates in the party at level 20 fighting Tiamat. And putting Tiamat down and saving the day and being the heroes. Pre-made adventures suck because they are extremely railroady and predictable.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided to mix it up and basically say, cool, so Rise of Tiamat happened, but the adventure is lost. So that level 20 party died, and it's been 200 years, and now these guys are here.
Yep. We died
That's
we died at level 20.
Yep. Well, you guys weren't the level 20 party there. That was some other random group of level 20s that decided that failed.
Right, but we were level 20s elsewhere.
Yes. You were level 20s elsewhere, taking part in the battle elsewhere. Yeah. Basically, Rise of the Tiamat, but Tiamat won.
What What did we create for, like, at the very start? Like, I know we didn't do backstories, but we did something.
You supplied character pictures, races, and classes.
Is that it?
I believe that was it.
Oh, yeah, I also gave you the idea of, like, her hair being slightly pink.
Yep. Yeah, but like aside from like minor ideas like that, it was mainly race, class,
Yeah.
and like subclasses and stuff.
29 to steal a
And-
muffin. Nice, nice. Who stole my sweet roll?
But yeah, it was so interesting at the start because like you started in the over here at the Crypt of the Hero. Like you started there.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you started at the Crypt of the Hero, and then I believe it was like you wandered like, ruler. You wandered like that way. Found Ashgrove, did some stuff here, wandered south, got to Wastewatch, and then wandered further south along the river, and found the ruins of Yartar. And it wasn't until you got here that you all clued in on this being in the Sword Coast.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
I
we
didn't just-
also went a bit to the right over here. Because we were saving some kids.
Yeah, you didn't go far enough to notice anything different that way.
Yeah.
It was that way, that way, that way, and you got to here, and then you discovered that you realized, wait a second,
This is
a
Sword
city,
Coast.
a city at the edge here. That's a Sword Coast.
And then we just kept going south until we got to Waterdeep. Which my character got her first ability at the Field of Heroes.
Yep, right here.
Which still love Last Stand.
Oh, that's good.
So
That's a good
good.
ability.
Once a week, don't die, get hasted, fuck up enemies.
Yeah, the world as it currently stands, though, almost every city and village in the Sword Coast has been wiped out. Waterdeep is the last bastion, essentially. With a few little forts around Waterdeep that are still standing, but Waterdeep's the last city. Neverwinter got destroyed.
By Archie.
Fucking
nuked it.
It's basically a post-apocalyptic Sword Coast.
Yeah, I love it. I'm trying not to focus on my next character idea before this campaign is over, but my mind keeps inching over to the character.
What was that? That was the Kitsune wizard.
Yeah, the Kitsune wizard who really likes to paint and will cast mass suggestion just to have people stop and let her draw. I'm trying not to think about it. Because I'm really enjoying this campaign and I want to keep myself enjoying this campaign. Wait to make that character after.
Oh, I didn't forget something, Sol. You should probably do it if you want to.
What?
As you set off, you're level 11.
Wait, what?
You are level 11 now.
I like how I'm the only one who gets to know this. For now. I don't have tough yet, do I? I don't. So that's 9 HP. breaking 100 finally. And that goes up to 15, and you mark that later. Nice, Sakura. Lowest rolls is 24 on 4 skills. Rogues for you. What do I get at level 11 as a fighter? Isn't that just extra attack again?
Oh, look. Let's see. You are a cavalier.
I don't think that comes into play. That came into play last level.
It is. Yeah, extra attack. You attack 3 times. You attack 3 times, and that's it. Efficiency bonus doesn't go up yet.
Nope. Just extra attack. Cool. I'll just add it here. Make it easier on myself. Instead of making another extra attack, just put extra attack 2.
Yep. Oh, but Sol, just so you know how strong the order is, just so you understand. David is 17, right?
Yes.
He's level 7.
Damn.
They're all very strong.
But that means he was level 2 and he got his. Just kidding. I was gonna make a joke based off his age. Like he got a level for every age. Started at level 2 when he got
presumably David would have told you about their training. So they are taught to read, write, to fight, to forge. If they show they're good at spellcasting, they are taught basic spellcasting, and they learn how to meditate. And that's all before the age of 12.
Nice.
At the age of 12, after surviving the trial of the beast and getting the werewolf thing, getting lycanthropy, they are given a +1 weapon, which is what David currently has, and a silver dagger. The silver dagger is for if they begin to lose control. Because they don't want lycanthropy going rampant. After the trial of the beast, they are trained in military strategy. As in shield walls, battle tactics, that sort of idea. Then when they're 15, they're sent off on the quest, which is what David's on now. When they get back, they earn their armor and are finally a member of the Order proper. They're all think similar to like the 300 sort of idea. Like,
you
know,
I have
constant training, constant battling, constant.
I'll just say this now. I like it how I can have 2 more AC over Tyken. Eventually it'll be HP as well, but I want that dex so I can have that 23 AC.
What's your AC now?
Currently 22.
Oof.
And that's with 1 gap remaining because my dex isn't +4. Because I didn't expect that. But I'm most likely not putting my strength to 20. You're at 17 AC as level 20, but you're a rogue. It's fine. I'm a fighter with a +2 half plate. With maxed out decks.
The thing as well is this campaign's meant to be you should be overpowered at the end of it. Like
I feel powered. And I'm the tank.
no, but you should be overpowered because if you think about it, you're going up against 5 ancient dragons and a William Dark.
Kick sucker. Yeah, fucking William Dark from our fucking was it the last campaign? It was actually the last campaign, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Also, I haven't heard anything about Vera.
You haven't?
Also, I heard gnolls exist. How about that demon lord?
Which one? Oh, the
Zenogu. She fucking got rid of him.
Yeah. Well, send him back to the abyss.
No. We trapped him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Trapped his soul and everything.
Who knows? Maybe he's gotten out.
We made it so there wouldn't be another. 20 levels of the same armor. Can you imagine? That does suck. But some campaigns don't do high magic. So not as much magical items, not as very powerful magical items, more rare in the world. I haven't played one of those in a while. Oh, high magic. Oof. Sorry to hear.
Yeah. The next campaign soul will be low magic.
Low magic?
In the sense that...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, low magic in the sense that a +1 weapon will be fairly rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, the next campaign will be like... There are spellcasters and stuff, but the secrets of magic are kind of rare to come across. So
that's why she makes her living off of being a painter or a drawer.
Yeah. So like that'll be very similar to the arcane world. So it'll be like there's all these magical gadgets, but only the guys who are making them know how they actually work. For like the general, for like everyone else, it's like you hit the button and the device does something, and if the device doesn't do it, you take it back to the guy and they fix it. Like there's no actual arcane knowledge about.
Wait, you wished for a barrel of restless sleep? It's amazing.
The wish spell's fun. The wish spell's fun.
Oh, that's amazing. And they also have an amulet of plane shift. Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. Man,
I once played in a game with the DM introduced an amulet of plane shift, but didn't tell us it was cursed.
Oh.
So it was a really nasty curse too. So the way it worked was, you'd say, "I want to plane shift to the Feywild," and what would happen is behind the DM screen, the DM would take a list of all the potential planes of existence you can go to, take the Feywild because you picked that one off the list, and then randomly pick between the others.
Oh, so you picked which one wasn't on the list of randomly rolled.
Yeah. In particular, so like if you're going to if you say I want to try to plane shift to the Feywild, you'll plane shift to anywhere but the Feywild.
God damn it. Fuck.
Yeah, it was like all the major planes of existence plus about 3 or 4 other places that were like one was like an Archmage's personal demiplane. He'll just go there, and the Archmage gets heaps confused and angry about why you're invading his space.
Yep, I needed it just in case I had to enact a plan TPK to kill my party if they sided with the Warlock to kill me. They, instead of killing me, killed the Warlock's patron. That's a pretty roundabout way of going things.
Get the job done. Like,
It's job done. How many campaigns have we been in together now, Matt?
I don't know, 4 or 5?
4 or 5? Completed ones.
Yeah, 4, 5.
Say 4 to 5.
5.
Yeah, we've done 4 to 5 campaigns now.
Yep.
All of the completed ones were with you as the DM.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for you, man.
It's fine. I actually quite enjoy this campaign. It's a lot of fun.
I enjoy it when you're the DM, honestly.
I enjoy DMing the campaigns I enjoy.
I'll be honest, like I enjoyed DMing. I didn't expect us to get to 10 levels. I thought everybody would be bored of my campaign so much sooner.
It was more of a time factor, I think, was the main issue as well.
Yeah, that's why we stopped doing the campaign. But I was surprised that we got that far into my campaign. Same thing with Dinx's campaign. I was having a lot of fun with that, and then time constraints. But now we have like a dedicated day for DM for our games.
Yeah.
And I stream all of them.
Yay. Well, thanks to my work, letting me have Mondays. Woo.
And that first game is what brought up Aya to the...
his best Aya.
Yeah, Aya's best Aya, and she's technically going to be my VTuber model at some point. She's my PNG. That's about it.
Aya is better.
Aya is best Aya. I want to do so many things with Aya as the cover. Like she's my mascot. You're a VTuber too, Sakura? Or but yeah, I'm a PNG tuber right now.
PNG tuber.
Yeah, it means that you only have a picture.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Sakura's cute. I like. Yeah.
Do I have a token for Valiant? I should probably do that.
Like my free motes are Aya. My profile picture is also Aya. Matt's profile picture is also Aya.
Yep.
And then
where is my thing? There it is. Show me those. Good.
can I copy into here?
Do I not have them? No, I don't.
I don't
Ew, where are they? I think character pictures maybe. Oh, that's where they are.
But I also have Aya as a VR chat model. She's been there for a while.
It's probably in there actually. There it is.
3D, unrigged, 2D, and a PNG. Woo! That's a lot. I wish I had. I wish I had enough money to do 2D. I want to do 2D rigged. Hell, I'll just do a 2D unrigged. but I don't have the money, and I also don't know who I'm gonna be looking for good models.
Okay.
Because all the
there's a
people who
Valiant.
message me on Twitter, I don't believe most of them because like at least 50% of them are gonna be bots.
Valiant token is now going on the map. Woo.
Stream 3, Mass Effect D&D, and what's the next campaign? Probably another D&D, right?
Me?
No.
Me or the- okay, yeah.
Sakura.
I wasn't sure who you're talking to.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure who you're talking to. I've heard of a Witcher campaign.
They're apparently in a Mass Effect campaign. I've done
Oh.
Star Wars campaigns though, and Shadowrun.
Oh. Oh.
Both of them are fun, but I've never finished either.
Like one tabletop game I want to play at some point is the Cyberpunk tabletop game.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Apparently, what's his face? Adam Smasher in the Cyberpunk campaign, like tabletop game.
Mm-hmm.
He isn't statted. Adam Smasher in the Cyberpunk tabletop campaign is the equivalent of Rocks Fall, Everyone Dies.
Oh my god. I guess that's
He's
just
basically
how roided out he is.
Basically, Adam Smasher is basically you put him in a place, and the party know not to go to that place.
Jeez. Brought a character from my world to the Mass Effect world, so it's pretty fun. That's good. That's good to hear. Session 0, always good to see. I'm actually gonna it's really close to that day.
Oh, Solid, you know something about this game?
Which one?
Today's session.
What about it?
One of the council, Melise.
Mm-hmm.
She's my old character.
Oh.
You remember Elkus? The elf with the slow-mo vision. He was in the Iron Cassandra campaign.
Possibly. That was a long time ago.
The elf. He was the elf with the dual swords and the slow-mo and the hyper reflexes and the elf fighter.
Yeah, maybe.
In the arena.
Yeah, like I said, maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah,
It's been a long time.
So Elkus was my first D&D character. And I've sort of included him in some aspect. Melise is his younger sister.
Nice.
She's an archer. And there are a few spots on the Waterdeep Council that were empty. And I was like, cool, why not?
Fair.
Yeah, I think Lady Silverhand was on the council before, Dainala, Orlam, Taeron, King Melandrax on there. Tasha wasn't, but she's an addition. Ontharr Froom is. Romalia was. Valiant wasn't. Cora wasn't. The dragon was not as well.
Yeah, Sakura, we both do old characters into our D&D campaigns. Or something related to them.
Yep. Also, I put other people's old characters into my campaign too.
Yeah. I put Aya and Cassandra into mine.
Like, do you remember Sol, the wizard who runs magic shops that I usually put in most campaigns? It's Ciliari, like a high elf wizard.
I do remember that guy.
Yeah, it's Ciliari. Yeah, he's my roommate's first character who's a wizard.
Oh my god. Yeah.
And he's basically in every campaign. It's really funny.
I remember when he he held hostage a god in a cage as a mouse.
Yep, that's right. That was him.
The god of war stuck in a cage as a mouse.
Yep.
Fuck the campaign before that one though, because
Yep.
you weren't running it.
Mm. Yeah. I remember Dragon was so angry about that. That was really funny. Like, he actually had a meltdown on Twitter about that. It was really funny.
Did he actually?
Yeah, he did. Like, I don't know if it was about that, but all I know is after we played that session when Cassandra killed, what's his face? What was his character's name? It was something or other.
You mean Draco?
Draco, yeah. When Cassandra killed Draco because he had no power.
Yeah.
Like an hour after that session, the Mosaic Dragon put on his Twitter just a swearing fit, and it was really funny.
I didn't even know he was paying attention to the campaign.
Well, I didn't know either, but I sort of had him on Twitter because I was sort of following him just to see if he did anything dumb. And then I saw this just swearing, like this like paragraph of just swearing and stuff, and I was like, I can't be absolutely certain that was because of that campaign, but the timing is pretty good.
Oh. Do you still follow him?
No, it's gone now.
Oh, like
Twitter is gone.
his Twitter is gone?
His Twitter is gone.
Oh. Fair.
Oh, that was a really dumb campaign though.
It was.
Like my highlight of that was someone had a winter wolf pet and the DM dropped a trap on the party which did 2d100 cold damage. And it knocked out the entire party because it's 2d100.
Yeah.
But the ranger in the party said, "Oh no, but my winter wolf's alive because it's immune to cold." And the DM's response was immediately, "Oh no, it's not cold damage; it's magical freezing damage." So that gets around your resistances. So
don't
your immunity.
remind me. You fucking reminded me of fucking lava damage.
And the really dumb thing was, as he said that, because he was streaming at the same time, we could watch on his stream as he edited the character, as he edited the spell type.
Yeah.
Like,
oh,
so stupid. Like,
Sakura, that's not even the beginning of what he did.
he made homebrew classes that were so overpowered that you'd be stupid to not take them. And if you didn't, he'd have a god arrive, kill your character, and make you roll a new one that did take it.
Don't forget the AC-86.
That's right, the AC-86 Kraken. When the party were level 1. Were you level 1 or level 2? You were
Does
level
it matter?
No, not really.
Yes, you can roll to steal his shoes. Doesn't. You successfully steal his shoes. Congratulations. They rolled a 34.
I mean, like the premise of his campaign was okay. I will give him that.
It's just everything around it.
Like the idea of because the premise was you start every session in like the tavern, and you go on a quest, and at the end of the quest you come back to the tavern. So it's sort of very episodic. So you don't have to have the same plays every time.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to do like a episodic campaign. But the issue is when you have 15 players
Yeah.
and an average session goes to 12 plus hours, and combats take so long that I remember there was one time where it was like we were in combat, like we rolled initiative, and I had my character's turn, and then I went to work for 3 hours, and I came back, and it still wasn't my turn again. Like,
God.
Just
fucking-
absolute nonsense. Like, and all his NPCs had stats of 30 all round.
Yup. He liked playing with himself a lot. Not in that way, but
Yeah,
using
like
his,
I
his
remember with
DMPC to kill everything.
I remember with that AC 86 Kraken fight. It was like the party were like level 1 or something very low, and couldn't do anything because they couldn't. But then he had a level 30 like NPC on the ship. So when it came to his turn, he was just rolling, plus 100 and something to hit on the to hit dice, and multiple D100s of damage to the Kraken and things like that. And the Kraken had tens of thousands of hit points. And he actually made a comment during the stream saying, "Oh man, if you could see these numbers, it's so epic."
As he was changing them.
Yeah, as he was editing them, but also because he was GM rolling everything in Roll20.
Yeah.
So only he could see these really stupidly high numbers because he thought that high numbers equals really epic.
Sounds like this guy should just go play by himself. I think that's basically what he did at the end.
Well,
because we never
well,
saw
like,
him again.
It was hilarious because like he made a campaign after multiple of them fell apart because everyone left, and he prefaced it by saying, "This is the third epic installment in my series of campaigns," which was technically true because it was the third campaign, but also because everyone left the first two after 2 sessions.
Yo.
He was really funny. He was really salty.
Very. We ended up quitting because of some bullshit that our characters couldn't be together. Because of some fucking arranged marriage. So we quit at that point. And then we went to Matt's campaign with our characters.
So basically he wanted to DM like Hand of God just kill our characters for like just to make sure they're dead, and we decided no, we quit and just took our characters as they were and basically said we jumped into a portal and ended up in a different world and started the campaign from there.
With all the backstory of the other world.
Yep. And then I bought his DMPC and who was level 30 in the old world into the new world, but because his old world was full of crap, I basically said, yeah, his god doesn't exist here in any real capacity, so his stats mean nothing, and his hit points mean nothing, and his AC means nothing, and he's absolute trash now. And they got to kill his like prized DMPC.
Yeah, but he was definitely a boss though, because he got powered up by another god of the world.
He did, but he was still weak.
Yeah. What? When did we kill him? It wasn't the time when we jumped off a airship, right?
No, you killed Draco. What you're talking about?
Yeah.
You killed Draco in the city.
Oh.
Like he appeared via some teleportation thing, and started demanding that everyone kneel to him because he's like so great or whatever, and then one of the guards hit him with a stick and his armor fell apart.
Yeah.
And
One of the things that I loved about that campaign is that there was different versions of our characters in the world. Like there was Aya Alter and Cassandra Alter.
and what was the other name? Castian.
Castian, yeah.
Castian Alter.
Castian Alter, which happened to end up being a girl.
Yeah, well, you know. That's actually a D20 roll to determine that.
We never heard from the guy who played that character ever again.
Nope.
Because I decided
the
to stream.
And the ranger guy cheated.
Yeah, that sounds like this guy should just go play by himself. This is the worst DM I've heard of. Sakura started her campaign via Portal 2, Ashley as well. They're best friends. Ashley is my Mass Effect campaign. Nice. Very cool. Sakura at the end of the campaign became a Planeswalker. Amazing. Just so you know, Sakura, I don't just stream D&D. I also stream Arknights, Tower of Fantasy. I also stream I stream a variety of games, but it's usually Arknights, D&D, and Tower of Fantasy. I try to make room for other games, but it's difficult because I don't really have much time.
You should stream Cyberpunk, Soul.
I don't think even though I have a great computer now, I don't think my computer can handle streaming
and Cyberpunk.
And Cyberpunk.
Like, I get that. Yeah, like I actually can't play Cyberpunk right now on my computer.
I have been playing Trails of Cold Steel 4 though. Because I've yet to beat that game. I need to beat that game, but I'm only playing it on stream. However, I haven't been able to play it in a while. So I haven't streamed the second part in a while. When I have time and I'm not doing Tower of Fantasy or Arknights or D&D, I will slot in Trails of Cold Steel though. Because I need to finish that game.
Soul, question. Do you have a Switch?
No. I want one so I can play Three Houses.
Why would you play Three Houses when you can play Breath of the Wild?
Because I don't like Zelda games.
Boo.
You boo.
I'm so excited though, Soul. I'm so excited.
You're struggling with that laptop? Oof.
Yeah, in under a month, Soul. Under a month. New Breath of the Wild game, new Zelda game comes out.
Yeah, I know.
Tears of the Kingdom.
I've heard about it. I sigh.
I can't play Cyberpunk because it's too hot here and my computer overheats.
Oof.
I could play it now because it's only 24 degrees.
Disliking Zelda's based. Hell yeah. I'll take being based. Sure. I don't mind it.
Breath of the Wild's amazing. I had so much fun with that game.
I tried 3 different Zelda titles and they all failed me, so I stopped caring about the series.
I never played any other Zelda game. Like I only got to play what was that one with the Temple of Water? Whatever one that was.
Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, I played that, but it was like a friend's game, and I only played in the water temple when they have to do. And I got so frustrated that I just quit.
I got up to the Shadow Temple, but I could never figure out how to get into the Shadow Temple. That's when I quit.
Breath of the Wild is definitely simpler than the Water Temple by a
I
pretty wide margin.
I don't know what everyone's problem with the water temple was. I thought that was easy as pie.
Well, I imagine it may be easier if you actually know what the controls are. Like, the first time I played a Zelda game, I was in the Water Temple. Like, that's where I started, with no concept of the controls or anything.
Fair. My first Zelda game was the Game Boy game, and I was stuck in the first area because I didn't know where to go.
Mm. But, no, Breath of the Wild's really amazing though. It's really good. Like the entire world, like anywhere you go, there's something there. It's really good.
I think, based on games that are coming out this year, like they're, as in free games, like gacha games, of course. I will be probably streaming Honkai Star Rail.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a turn-based. It's a turn-based gacha free to play. It looks cool. However, it still has the gacha rates of fucking Genshin, so not really a fan of doing any spending on that game.
Yeah.
I've only ever spent on Arknights and Tower Fantasy because.
Is it free to play?
Well, yeah.
Oh, that's what you mean. So it's like free to play, but if you want to like
spend money,
get more
to
characters
roll.
or right,
it's just like Genshin. But instead of weapons, there's these things called light cones. Which is basically the same thing.
Yeah, the only free to play game that I enjoyed that had, in-game purchases was PlanetSide 2. That was really fun.
We played that at some point.
We did. I can't play it anymore. Boo.
What happened? No time?
They shut down the Australian server due to lack of people playing.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, it's sort of one of those games where it's like you need a certain amount of players active.
Yeah.
To actually be fun. It got to the point where there was like, you know how big the maps were in PlanetSide 2?
Oh yeah, very big.
Yeah, there were at its peak 20 players on the Australian PlanetSide 2 server.
Yike.
So it was like there's no one there and stuff. And I mean, I could play on the American West Coast server with, on a good day, a ping of about 600. And it's kind of died.
While it cries? Yeah, while it cries. I've been doing well so far to not need to spend much in Arknights though. So it's mostly been spending money on skins at this point, which is Arknights is probably one of the generous gacha games that I know of. And then Tower Fantasy, it had a rough start at 1.0, but it's really kicking back up ever since 2.0 launched. And it's catching up with CN with every patch that it goes through. We're at 2.3, and CN is at 2.5. And CN got 2.5 1 year in, and we got 2.3 half a year in. We're getting there. We're almost there.
Ooh. Should probably get Hogwarts Legacy at some point.
I want to try Hogwarts Legacy. It looks really fun. I've been watching some streamers play it. It looks amazing.
Apparently,
I also want a pizza, but I'm broke.
Apparently, Ravenclaw is the most underpowered house. People have already figured that out.
Underpowered in what way?
So each house gives you certain things and certain side quests with certain rewards, I think. And Ravenclaw gives you the least.
Wait, what gives you the most?
I think Slytherin gives you the most.
Most of what?
Like, so your house in that game determines certain abilities you get, certain access you get, and certain side quests.
Oh, and Slytherin makes it to where you
Slytherin gives
can
you
get more quests and
you get
stuff
more
like that.
you get more stuff.
More content.
Ravenclaw give like more rewards and stuff, and Ravenclaw gives you the least.
Interesting.
At least that's what I know from the meme pages. This is
Dark and Darker. I don't know what Dark and Darker
Hmm.
is. Do you know what Dark and Darker is?
Dark and Darker.
Yeah, it's a game.
Oh, there it is.
Like
First
if
person
I
crime.
did play Hogwarts Legacy, I actually wanted to play Slytherin, not because it's like the bad house, but because the like one of the NPCs is a Slytherin, but actually feels like he's actually a good guy.
Well, the thing about Harry Potter is like the world of Harry Potter is Slytherin isn't the bad person house. That's the whole
Right.
point of it. It's not the bad. It's not like all villains come from here. It's more subtle than that.
It's just the Malfoy is really just
Yeah. They say at the end of the movie Snape was Slytherin. He was also really brave. So like that's yeah. So yeah, it's not essentially it's not black and white. Although I have to say, in the movies, Gryffindor gets so much special treatment.
yeah.
Like out of nowhere, just oh look at this, Gryffindor's losing. Well, they get 50 points. Now they win.
Dark and Darker, FPS, PvPvE. Oh wait, isn't Dark and Darker the one where you're in like a yeah, like you said, it's a D&D battle royale in a dungeon.
Barbarian cleric. Yeah. Oh, it's first person too. That's cool.
Yeah, I watched Co stream it at one point. I'm like, oh wow, this looks actually really cool. And you can also fight yeah, like Rykon said, it's D&D with Tarkov.
Yeah, excellent.
It's D&D Tarkov.
Although Tarkov is terrible. I'll take.
The only thing that the problem that I have with Tarkov and Dark and Darker, since they're basically the same genre, is the whole weapon thing. I still don't like that. Like, you bring in nothing or you bring in crappy things to get better things, but you lose them if you die. So what? So I always feel like there's no point in actually bringing the good weapons, or I would never actually bring the good weapons because I'd be too afraid to lose the weapons.
It
Not
looks
as
a lot
stressful,
like the pre-made adventure Tomb of Annihilation. Like just turn into a video game. Like
solo dungeon. I kept making allies with people install stuff with the rogue pickpocket. Nice. Is the troll to fight in solo? Interesting. I find it funny, Matt, that we have almost extended the stream by 2 hours just by talking about random crap. D&D has been over for almost 2 hours.
Pretty much.
Removing magic resistant the current hotfix. Is that a good or a bad thing?
Oh. Company of Heroes 3
Oh,
comes
for
out
the
next
troll.
week. That's worth looking at.
You're fine, Raikon. But yeah, besides Arknights, Tower Fantasy, and D&D, and then Trails of Cold Steel, I want to go into Honkai Star Rail. I don't know how long I'll actually play that game, but I want to try playing that game. And then the other game that I want to play on stream is Final Fantasy 16. Other than that, I have no idea what else I want to play. Berserker Barbarian Skeleton?
I know what you should play, Sol. I know what you should play.
What?
Oxygen not included.
No.
I want to see you fail at that.
No. I don't want to play that. I'm not into the building type of games.
It's not the building game. It's the failing game.
That's not the point.
Seriously, it's so much fun to like build a base and have it fail for a really stupid reason that you completely forgot about.
God damn it.
Like my first real base in Oxygen not included died because my people's piss tank, the wall broke and flooded the entire base in piss.
God. Damn
the
it.
ones that didn't, the guys that didn't drown, got sick and died. But it's like, yeah, like every time you fail, you learn why you failed, and then you try again, and you fail in a different way. It'd be funny to see you play though. You should do it. That or Sea of Thieves.
I am going to be ending the stream soon. However, for people who are interested, I do have a Discord.
Do you?
I do. I've had a Discord for a while. You're in it.
What?
Wait.
Which one is it?
No, you're not.
Which one is it?
You're not in my
not in it.
Discord. What the hell? Why are you
Why
not
am I
in
in
my
it?
Discord?
Why am I in it? I thought it was Stings' Discord.
No. I've had my own Discord for a while.
Let me in. Give me admin privileges. I have admin privileges. Okay. I'm gonna move this to the bottom. My list of Discords.
You get to be on the council. I actually trust you.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I understand I'm not trusted. That's alright.
I said I actually trust you. Down below in the description of my Twitch, there's also my YouTube and my Twitter. Another 2 things that you can use to be able to find out when I'm going live.
Ooh.
But I had to get all of that out of the way because it's been a while and I really need to go to sleep because I work tomorrow. Today now.
Today.
7 hours. So, look forward to the next stream. I don't know when it'll be. I don't have a fixed schedule yet, unfortunately. That's why I'm like giving you these things to have access to something to see when I go live. Sunday, however, is always D&D unless it's canceled, in which I stream something else. So until then, I'll see you guys around.
See you guys, Soul Stream.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, the memes in here are